Can you see by the dawn's early light? For so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets singing out, yeah, through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
That's a win! Way out of here!
5 consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good! It's gone!
He's in. Touchdown.
It's with a throw to the head and the back. He's going to score! It's a walk-off! Touchdown, South Carolina!
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, built by the Barndo Co. and brought to you by our friends at Resto Pros. There when you need them, Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. The Barndo Co. is one of the nation's best builders, and you can build your dream home by heading to the barndoco.com and checking out all of their awards and all of their models and all the things that they have to offer. Head to the barndoco.com for more. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody out there. Mike, you're going to get pinched. It doesn't look green to me. Oh, let's.
This is where the magic begins. It's with this green St. Patty's Day Sharpie. You think all these notes and factoids just come out of my head? I write stuff down, Jamie. You think when a Love Chevy drive around the SEC is produced, that nothing is written down with this St. Patty's Day green Sharpie?
With green.
Come on now.
All right.
Not just, I mean, everybody has a black Sharpie, a blue Sharpie, maybe a red Sharpie. If, like, you know, you're a teacher and you're trying to deduct points in a grade.
Blue.
Yeah, that's you're not feeling St. Patty's Day unless you have the rare, and I do mean rare, green Sharpie.
Fair enough.
This will be with me the entire program in honor of my Irish heritage, because I am part Irish.
Yeah, me too.
And St. Patty's Day.
Yeah. Yeah. My mom's side is where where I get my Irish roots from, I guess.
Same here. Well, a little bit of both, actually. A little Irish, Scottish, German, Italian. I mean, I'm a mutt like so many of us, but definitely have some Irish in me, and definitely ready to showcase it. Yeah, I don't have like a bunch of green. It's chilly here. So I don't have, I've got plenty of green shirts. I don't have plenty of green like hoodies or pullovers or anything. So I had to just make up for that with the Sharpie. But yes, this represents, and I like to think that our great Irish ancestors, they did some of their best work with a green Sharpie as well. You
Probably.
know, when they were writing key documents and proclamations. They didn't just wear green and walk around with 4-leaf clovers. They had the green Sharpie. So this is very significant.
Have you ever found a 4-leaf clover?
I can't say that I've looked real hard, but no, I can't. I have not.
Well, sometimes I look back on, and we'll get on with the program here in a minute. I know there's a lot to talk about, and everybody's excited.
Gamecock baseball infield could use a little bit of a 4-leaf clover,
at least in the 9th inning yesterday.
At least the middle part of it.
I sometimes look back on the parenting tactics of my parents and wonder if they were just sick of me or not. You just go outside and find you a 4-leaf clover, son. You know, I'd sit out there for hours looking for one of these things because I was promised some big, bucket of gold, or some little leprechaun was going to come along and wish me good luck or whatever. I'd be out there forever. I think they just needed time without me underneath them the whole time. Makes sense now that I've got kids. Sure. Maybe I'll send them out to look for a clover when they get home from school today.
As well, you should. I think get the kids off the video games. Goose chase, looking for something that probably doesn't even exist. But you know what? They'll be outside getting fresh air and not frying their brain on Fortnite.
Get outside and pick those weeds. And if you find yourself a 4-leaf clover, I'll get you a couple of bucks for that.
I mean, look, we had video games. Okay, I'm not that old. We had I mean, up to Nintendo, I was still a kid, but I go back to Atari, ColecoVision, and television, and then Nintendo. Now, come college age, that's when the Sony P2s were coming out, the Xboxes and everything else, and that was just a whole other world. But even with video games, and I loved them as much as in fact, I had a problem. I needed an intervention on when Super Tecmo Bowl came out. And that game actually kept like stats and everything. It was a problem. I needed an intervention. But as kids, we had distractions, but we still got outside and we did stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, every day after school, we played some form of football, and it was all tackle. It was really just completely irresponsible. Everybody got hurt, bloodied. We didn't care. It was fun, damn it. And we did that. And I worry about some of these kids today, Jamie, and you got young ones. just getting them active and outside and not just locked in the house. But that's a story for another time.
Yeah.
We got a lot of stuff to get to. I like you, I was watching the baseball game live yesterday, and Carolina basically had a series win against a top 15 team. And how the narrative would have been so much different had they held on. And then I'm like, I want to get your thoughts on this, baseball guy. The play, let's start with the play by Kazmir.
Okay.
How would you label that play?
As far as like in the books, would it go down as a hit or an error? It went down as a hit.
It went down as a hit. Yeah. And I can tell you, as someone who's called my share of college games and Major League Baseball games, that's called a hit universally.
Sure.
It's not an error. No. However, and this is where I want to get your take, and I know you were a catcher, not a shortstop, that's a play that certainly can be made.
Or at least knocked down.
You go for the backhand pick, and you come up empty. So, like, I saw a number of people said, well, that's a routine play. It's not routine.
No.
It's wrong to call it's a screamer. It's wrong to call it routine. It's not wrong to say at least get a body on it, at least make some contact with it. Like, I understand the frustration there.
Yeah, so I certainly would have given it a hit. I think Kent nailed it with that. There's no doubt. But I thought he was trying to be a little too fine, as in he was trying to get his foot down, pick it cleanly, and make a brilliant play. And while we can all appreciate that, there's no question, and he's capable of making the play. In the moment, in the ninth inning there, when you're just trying to save base runners and save runs, the most important thing is to catch the baseball, period, the end. You got to catch the baseball. And I think that was a mistake on his part. And, I think Kazmir, had he to do it over again, would have made sure that the ball was at least in his glove so nobody could advance. Are you going to be able to make a throw there? Probably not. Maybe, but probably not if you field it cleanly. And if you knock it down, you're making sure that the advancing runner doesn't get all the way to third. So I thought that was a mistake. I thought it was a mental error, not an actual error.
Agreed.
And then I know where you're going next. Obviously, Carry-On is – I think Carry-On – when people use the term elite a lot, and I do think that gets a little we get a little loose with that term. I'd say if you want to call anybody right now elite on the infield at South Carolina, it's KJ Scobie at third. If you want to get close to that term with any,
he can be special.
He's got a chance. There's no question about it, Mike. You've seen some great third basemen when you were the voice of the Gamecocks.
Yeah,
Brian Busher and Neil Giesler come to mind, obviously, and there's been plenty since then. This kid it is as slow for him over there as it is for any third baseman that I've seen, especially as a true freshman. I mean, he can really slow it down. Carry-On is not, I don't want to say elite, but he's a very, very good second baseman. And I thought the play deep in the 4-hole should have been at least knocked down and made, or at least had a close play. Should have been knocked down. He had a body angle issue on that one. And then the ground ball where he didn't cover the bag, and I get it, he was shifted over, but it doesn't matter. Like you've got to be able to cover second base. You can't just give it up. That's like if there's
sprint.
A ground ball,
sprint there.
Yeah, that's it's going to be a timing play. When you're in a shift, that's going to be a timing play, but you already know that. Like if there's a ground ball to the shortstop, you got a man on first, and he's going to advance to second. You have to be able to get to the bag.
Yeah.
So I think it was a total brain fart there. I thought the defense, really was I guess poor in the ninth inning, and that was one of the reasons they lost the game. Mike, it didn't just stop there though. And, the 7th, 8th, and 9th, they had 6 walks. 3 of those runners scored. I think, and this was something we're going to talk to John about. I don't ever want to second guess necessarily coaching decisions because I'm not around the club all day. I'm not coaching the teams. it's hard to do that unless they're blatant. When it comes to Becker, who has struggled to find some consistency on the mound, and I know I'm just kind of taking what you asked and kind of running a bunch of different directions, but I'm trying to open up the conversation here.
Yeah.
I was a little concerned when he came in the game, and let me tell you why. He was one of your weekend guys just a week ago. And obviously he didn't pitch well enough to stay in the weekend rotation. And he came in on Friday night and he threw very well. But, he had been I'm just trying to put, I'm taking myself back to, being in the uniform, understanding pitchers. And when you get moved out of the rotation and into the bullpen, you obviously are going to you have to prepare your body and your arm differently. You're going to be used more than likely more often, but in shorter stints, right? So you're not going to get 5 or 6 days to prepare for a start. You might get a day or two to prepare from the last time that you pitched. But it is hard, and I'm not trying to make an excuse for anybody here, but it is hard when you make that transition from starter to bullpen guy to get your body ready to pitch again 2 days later. Now, at some point in time, you have to do it, but his stuff was up yesterday. Did you notice that? Everything he threw was up. Mm-hmm. Everything, almost everything. And anything that was down, I felt like he was overcompensating. And that to me looked like his arm, like, I don't know if it was tired or he just didn't have it because he was kind of new to this role and being back in that role. So I was a little curious about that decision, not because I don't believe in Matthew Becker. I think he has to pitch well for them to win a bunch of games this year. But because he had just transitioned to it, getting a day of rest and coming back into the game, I was a little concerned with that. And everything, like I said, everything was up. God, he could have left 1 or 2 over the middle of the plate, and they could have hammered him out of the ballpark. And now that didn't happen, but it could have. So, I think there was a few things that happened in the 7th, 8th, and 9th yesterday that obviously allowed Oklahoma to win the game. I want to give them credit, of course. Anytime you win a game, you deserve credit for winning the game. But I also would counter that comment with I think South Carolina did a lot of things to kind of blow it, and I believe that they did.
Yeah, look, a lot of the things going into the decisions you're talking about goes back to what I'll repeat from before opening day. I mean, this is not one of the most talented teams in the SEC. It's just not. They're going to have to win in spite of that. Yeah. And you had a golden opportunity to do that. You had a golden opportunity to beat, again, a top 15 team at home. And I thought that when you went with Sweeney, and look, this is where the college game is so different. They put their closer in the 7th, and he winds up finishing the game with I don't know how many pitches, around 60, give or take.
Yeah, and he almost killed 2 guys too.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not going to get off this. Not to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm not going to get off of this horse. I'm going to stay on it. I'm going to ride this thing until somebody figures it out. I said it last year, and Whit Merrifield spoke about it in the big leagues. I'm tired of watching guys who are trying to throw 100 miles an hour, don't have a freaking clue where it's going. I'm sick of it. I mean, the Georgia-Kentucky series this weekend, there were 23 hit batters, or 23 walks / hit batters. 23. Like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? And I mean, you're talking about 90. I mean, Nathan Hall almost got hit in the head this weekend.
Yeah, it was scary.
I mean, that ball, if it would have clipped his nose, he'd be out for the year. So, I mean, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of seeing this. Poor mechanics. It's happening all over. And these college guys are doing everything they can to impress the dudes that are back there with the guns, who they're going to make their money. And then the big leagues, you know how it works, Mike. You're around the Braves. They get into the organization, and then they throw hard. So we'll teach them how to pitch. Well, these guys don't know how to pitch. They're everywhere. Someone's going to get hurt bad. And I'll get off that. We'll come back to it another day.
Yeah, I mean, it's college pitchers, and you're right. They're all trying to max out. They're obsessed with the gun because that's what they're taught. That's the way you get to the bigs. If you don't light up a high number on the gun on a regular basis, you're probably not going to be drafted high, if at all. But I'll just say in closing, I mean, Whittle will kind of rehash everything. It's obviously a golden opportunity, and I think today feels a lot different about this team if they somehow put that game away, and they should have. They squandered it. It's not a talented enough team where they can have critical errors and mental errors and just plays that should be made and then just overcome it with talent. That's not where this team is. It's not where this program is. We could do a whole it's such a busy day, and I don't want to get too into the weeds on this. But I think a lot of people just thought whoever got this job, that this program was going to, just do a 180 and just like take the fast track to Omaha. That's not how this thing works.
Right. In 8 months.
Yeah. When you make a coaching change in baseball today, you are so far behind the 8 ball in getting players. I thought they did about as good a job as you can, considering all that. And it's not a team devoid of talent. It's just you're going to see this through a 30-game SEC grind. And some of you might get frustrated and just give up, and that's your right to do so. A lot of people talking about some of the empty seats in the crowd. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, for some people, they're only interested in Gamecock baseball if the team is really good. And look, when Dawn Staley leaves South Carolina, and if you think that women's basketball is still going to be a perennial Final Four team, you might want to recalibrate because that's unlikely to happen. Right. Okay. You've got a Hall of Fame coach that gets the best players in the country every year. So they're going to be a regular Final Four contender. When they go, do you think the CLA is going to be even half full for women's basketball when she's gone? And whoever comes in, I'm sure they'll make a great hire, but they're probably not going to be Dawn Staley. Some people just assumed, and some people are still mad at Ray for retiring as much as anything else, that every coach after that was going to just kind of take the baton and go. It's just not that easy. And Paul Maneri, I think, is a terrific hire, but I had very realistic expectations about this year's team. Mm-hmm. Just knowing what I know about the league and how hard it is, and how these other programs that have had their coach there for 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, they're already established. They've already got their pipeline of talent. So I would hope that fans would still support the program, even if it's not going swimmingly well. But that's just me. You have a right to do what if you don't want to go to the game, you don't have to go to the game. If you want to flood the message boards and trash everybody imaginable, you can do it. I mean, JC doesn't censor people, right? Within reason. I don't see where that's really a productive point to just trash the program, trash the coach, trash the former coach, trash the former AD. Like, at some point, is any of that remotely constructive? I don't personally think it is, but look, I'm not saying it's the only place that goes on. When LSU loses a series, it's like the sky is falling.
Sure.
But for around this program now for, the better part of a decade, Jamie, it's just been a lot of toxic stuff just coming out left and right. And I just think the only thing I would say to reasonable fans is to be a little bit patient with this thing, because it doesn't get turned around overnight just because you bring a Hall of Fame coach in. It's a Hall of Fame coach. It's not an Omaha roster. Okay. So that's all I'm going to say on that.
And there's 27 games to play in the SEC and ample opportunity to win as well. We're gonna talk to John about all this and basketball and the men declining a national invitational tournament invitation. And Mike and I are going to play a game, and you're going to like it. Coming up at 11 o'clock, it's our cut bet. We haven't done this. We should probably do it more often. So we're going to have some fun with cut bets here because the tournament has arrived. So we hope that y'all will stick around for that.
Yeah, they got a great bracket challenge on the app right now, or cut.com to win. The main winner is going to get over $2,000 guaranteed. This is not a national, there's not going to be 1 million people competing. So you got fairly decent odds of finishing top 3 in the money and taking home some cold hard cash.
Pull up the Chief Sports app to play.
Yes.
We will talk to John. Hang tight inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show, brought to you by Gamecock Traditions. We'll be right back.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
Get along on down the road. We got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, drink a beer, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
All right, it's 10:27. Sorry, John, for making him wait a little bit. Inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show, powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston. Coming up at 12:30 today, Shane Beamer's press conference to open spring practice. Pro timing day is tomorrow, and then Wednesday, the football boys will be on the field for the first time here in the spring of 2025. But, John, we'll glad to see you. Happy St. Patrick's Day. We'll lead off with Carolina baseball, letting the series against the Sooners slip away yesterday. Give us your broad stroke thoughts, and we'll go from there.
Tough yesterday. Tough. Big game to lose. Tremendous opportunity. There's only going to be so many of those. I think in this first half of SEC play, you have to be able to win these kind of series if you're gonna be better than what you were projected to be coming into the season. Those guys weren't real happy being picked to finish 14th out of 16 teams in the SEC. And if you're gonna be better than that, you got to perform better than that and perform in those kind of moments. And it was Oklahoma's a great team. They got a Friday night starter that's going to be a first round draft pick, and you battled them really well. And I thought offensively you did so much right over the weekend. just got let down at the wrong times.
Yeah, I think Mike said it a minute ago. I've said it. John, you've said it. It's such a thin line in this league. All right, you're always going to have one or two heavyweights, 3 or 4 heavyweights maybe. Now you got 16 teams, and then you got pretty much everybody else, and they're all really in some way, shape, or form similar. A couple of teams might hit better than others. These teams might pitch better than those. Defensively, this group might be better than that group. There's going to be something that offsets everything, but it's a thin line. And when you cross that line, you'll lose, and that's what happened yesterday, late in the ball game. John, let me go back to something I said earlier. Obviously they've moved Becker to the bullpen, and it's hard to transition from starter to bullpen guy for a multitude of reasons. But they used him Friday night. He looked pretty good. I thought yesterday, leaving everything up, he looked a little tired to me. I'm not sure what it was. What were your impressions of Becker getting his second appearance of the weekend in 3 days?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's going to be really difficult to analyze the same pitcher every week after week. That's not fair to Matthew. There are so many other things that go into it than just those walks. Obviously, those aren't a good thing for him, and that's something he's struggled with at times throughout his career. Yeah. But you got to have other pitchers step up. You got to have guys field ground balls. Disappointing moment for him. Friday night he was really good. I can't sit here and say anything about him being tired or anything like that. He threw 24 pitches on Friday night. He's in the best shape he's ever been in before. He's a senior. That shouldn't come out of, honestly, that really just shouldn't come out of anybody's mouth. Hopefully it didn't from anybody over there within the program, that he was tired or sore or anything like that. It's just, you just got to go out there and perform.
No. Yeah, I wasn't implying it came from the locker room. That was coming directly from me. I'm just trying to wrap my head around who they are and what they're planning to do here with this staff. You had the 3 starters this weekend, and you had McCoy and Stone, who had 2 innings, obviously, that they would like to have back. But John, they got through them. They got through them. They let them sit out there and pitch, and they got through them. So what is that? Do you think it stays the same as they head to Arkansas this weekend? That rotation we saw?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure who else you'd put in at this point. I think that's the best way to go with it. And these next 2 midweeks, especially, you have really challenging games, and having Jarvis Evans, somebody who you feel like you can trust here these next 2 weeks in those games, I think is a big deal, because those are going to be important when it comes tournament time for South Carolina too. So, I think you leave that there, and then depending on how well he pitches, these next 2 weeks in the midweek, maybe you look at making some adjustments at that point. But, you're right. I mean, those 3 starters, to include Dylan Eskew, they all battled, and Brandon Stone left, with 5 runs allowed, 4 given up in the first inning. But, when those guys left the game, I mean, South Carolina was in position to win, or at least have a chance to win. And, the what is supposed to be the best part of the pitching staff is supposed to be the depth and the ability to match up. But, at the end of the day, you've had 2 series against top flight opponents in Clemson and Oklahoma, and those guys just haven't executed out of the bullpen.
John, obviously, the key to the game happened in the 9th. You're sitting there, bird's eye view of it, the plays with the middle infield. Take everybody through it. Your thoughts on what happened and how it kind of came apart.
Yeah, I mean, it was a disappointing play initially from Henry Kazmir to lose that ground ball. First of all, none of these plays were necessarily routine. They were all hard hit balls. At the same time, if they make the play, you don't sit there and say, "Oh, tremendous play by Henry Kazmir, tremendous play by Jordan Carey." There are plays that you would expect your scholarship SEC shortstop and second baseman to make, and they just didn't. That was a play that Kazmir's made 100 times. The ball was given a hit for whatever reason. I thought it was an error, but it doesn't matter. The guy got on base, and then Carry on he's back playing in shallow right field on that ground ball with the shift. And, he's right there. He's made every play this season. I mean, he's been so good and made a couple of great plays in that game and just took it off the chest. And, I think he had to have been thinking about that when Kazmir got that very next ground ball and, he wasn't covering the second base bag. And, Oklahoma's going to beat you if you hesitate on a throw. They're going to beat that throw out to first base. And when Kazmir looked over to second, I mean, he didn't have any time to get the guy at first. And, it was a couple of physical errors and a mental error that ended that inning.
Yeah, how about Oklahoma? Assess Oklahoma. A lot of people are calling them middle of the road SEC, which is fine. Middle of the road SEC teams also go to Omaha, but Carolina was neck and neck with them all weekend. Assess what you saw from the Sooners.
Yeah, I mean, they're talented they've got so much top end talent on the pitching staff is incredible. I mean, I don't think they threw a guy out there that was throwing less than 93 miles an hour. South Carolina threw about 3 guys out there who were throwing 93 miles an hour. I mean, the upside and some of the ability on that pitching staff is incredible. And they built their team kind of like Kentucky in some ways. Very athletic, very fast. They'll run, they'll steal bases, and that puts a lot of pressure on the pitching staff. It puts a lot of pressure on the catcher. I thought Talmadge did a phenomenal job this past weekend. And I think that's overlooked a little bit. Those guys were averaging 3 steals a game. Coming into this, they had 2 steals all weekend, got thrown out 3 times. And a lot of credit goes to the pitching staff for that too. But, they did a great job managing the run game. It's not like that Oklahoma didn't have guys on base. They had guys on base all weekend. So, great job in managing that. But it's a tough, challenging team to play against. And, I thought South Carolina in a lot of ways, measured up to it and really should have come out of that series against a top 15 opponent with 2 wins.
It's an offense that obviously has had some ups and it's had some downs and some inconsistencies throughout the year. And, mostly they've been perceived more in a negative light than a positive light, but they did hit 336 as a team this weekend, John, against that pitching staff you just talked about. I know they had to have there's a few moments, obviously at the end of the game yesterday where you felt like, one hit, they're going to come back and win this thing, and a couple more throughout the weekend. But overall, they had a pretty good weekend. I mean, you think about Evan Stone's triple yesterday. That was a clutch moment there. I mean, they had they had a better weekend than I think I was anticipating that they would have. Where do you think this group is now that they've gotten through about 20 plus games? Do they feel like they have more answers than questions, or where are we?
Well, I think you're getting there. And, I like I mentioned earlier, I was really encouraged about, some of the things that this team was doing offensively. And, you started to see some out of Talmadge, but you started to see some out of Henry Kazmir too. I mean, the bottom of the order in general came through. They were 14 or 36 for the weekend, hit 389 with 9 runs scored. You scored 21 runs this weekend, and 9 of them came from your bottom 3 guys in the order. What does that mean? It means they're getting on base and, giving Nathan Hall an opportunity to drive him in, and, whoever was hitting in the 2-hole on a given day to drive him in, and Ethan Petrie behind them to drive him in. Those guys did a phenomenal job. And, I didn't think that South Carolina was going to have a whole lot of thump in the batting order. And right now that's looking to be true. But, I thought that there was a chance for there to be some length in the order. I thought that the bottom third of the order might be able to give you some production this year. And, it started to look that way a little bit this past weekend. So I think that's certainly a very encouraging sign.
John, I'm pretty confident I know the answer on this one and where you'll go with this, but let me just throw out a question from chat row from Cam. He asked, do we not recruit guys with plus velocity as much as other SEC programs, or are we just not landing them? Seems like other teams in our league have way more arms with plus velo than we do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question, and it's something that I've wondered about too. I mean, there's some young guys who are have a little bit more velocity than some of the older guys. You've taken some in-state guys who maybe don't have quite the power, who are older. You've missed on high school guys. You've had to go out, and because you haven't. I mean, South Carolina's done a horrible job of recruiting high school pitchers. Not, I won't say the last couple of years, but prior. South Carolina from a high school pitching standpoint has not done a good job in general. I think that started to change a little bit, and we're seeing a couple of guys, whether it's a Tyler Pitzer or Eli Jerzenbeck or a Zach Russell or Ryder Garino. They've gotten a little bit better, but you haven't landed guys. And then so you go to the junior college ranks, and those guys are going into the draft, and you had a 96-mile-an-hour lefty, in Brandon Clark, who was signed to come play. There was the Matt Duffy kid who ended up signing with the Red Sox. Like, those guys are going pro. So if you're not able to recruit the guys out of high school, Jake McCoy, obviously another guy who's a power arm lefty, who's a sophomore, but they're getting a little bit better. But you've got to land some of these guys out of high school, and they just haven't done a great job of doing that, because it's hard to add 4 and 5 miles an hour to a fastball. By the time you get to college.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add, everybody's recruiting the same guys. Like, they all want the guy who throws 96. Whether or not you land them, that's another story. But it's not like it's not like it's a philosophy of, well, let's just try the more crafty guys with less velo, because our kind of philosophy is velo is overrated. I've never heard that coming out of South Carolina camp, regardless of who the coach was.
Right, and there's other factors at play too, like how many pitching coaches has South Carolina had here lately? Like, it's, I mean, you got Terry Rooney now. You had Matt Williams the year before. You've had Justin Parker. You've had Skylar Meade. Like, the pitching coaches are turning over, and that has an impact on things too. But you're right. I mean, you're not. In high school, recruiting happens so early too. Whether it's freshman or sophomore year of high school, like, you have to project some things too. You're not throwing 97 as a freshman. Right. Yeah, there's projection that happens too, and sometimes your projections are just off. But South Carolina does have a few hard throwers coming up through the mix, and they need to keep on keeping on with that.
They limited Oklahoma offensively this weekend to just a 236 batting average, which is really good. The problem is they put 22 guys on base via the walk. John, and I mentioned just a little while ago, 3 of those 6 who reached via base on ball from the 7th through the 9th scored yesterday, and that was a difference in the game. They got to get that corrected. I mean, that's got to be a point of emphasis. You got a very good hitting Cougars team tomorrow night at Segra Park. They go to Arkansas. Arkansas historically, you and I've wondered about this for years. Why in the world do they not hit better? But they are swinging it this year. And then you got North Carolina and Tennessee. All these teams just mash, and if you give them free bases, that's a bad recipe. So they're gonna have to figure something out. And I don't know what the answer is, but they got to figure something out. Am I missing anything there?
No, and to your point, like, Oklahoma coming into this weekend was bottom third of the SEC in most offensive categories. Like, if you give Tennessee all these walks and all these opportunities, they're gonna beat the crap out of you. Like, they're not gonna fail to come through in some of these situations. If you do that against Arkansas, who put up 30 runs this past weekend against Ole Miss, like, on the road, they're not gonna let you slide. It's great to have Tyler Pitzer throw up a 0 in the earned run column against Oklahoma over 4 innings or whatever it was. But, he walked 5 guys. He was playing with fire the whole time. And, a team who hits bottom third in the league may not take advantage of it. But, some of these other teams are. Dylan Eskew, you can't walk 4 guys and hit 3 more. Like, you just can't do that. like you're living dangerously. Is one thing to be able to do it against Morehead State or even Oklahoma, but when you start facing some of these teams that are known offensively for what they can do swinging the bat, they're going to take advantage of every free opportunity you give them. And the 5 you give up on Saturday, pitching around however many walks it was, 5 for Pitzer and 3 for McCoy, and those are going to turn into runs really quickly.
They're going to have to steal one somewhere, guys. Losing that one this weekend, they got to steal a series somewhere. Maybe it happens this weekend in Fayetteville.
Can I throw one other one out there? Because I know a lot of other people have asked this too. I want to get John's thoughts. This is from Bruin. With Maneri only under contract 3 years of being 67, do you think that will possibly hurt recruiting high school kids and talent? I know he might coach 10 years, but just curious.
That's a great question, and I don't have a great answer for it. I mean, I think it probably does impact a little bit, but for some people. But like I said, with high school recruiting, so much of it happens so early. No, that's changing a little bit. It's getting a little bit later, but it's still happening with guys who are in freshmen, sophomores in high school. Obviously recruiting's changing in general with portal and now revenue sharing or NIL or whatever. So your teams are getting a lot older. So I don't know that I don't know that that has a tremendous impact on it. I can't. I mean, they're hardly recruiting high school kids right now. It feels like in general.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much that impacts.
I'll just offer my 2 cents on that. For me, there's no better coach in this league, and I know a lot of coaches share this opinion, and there hasn't been a better coach in this league than Dave Van Horn at Arkansas. He's 64.
Right. He's
still recruiting at a high level. So Paul Maneri's won more national championship than Dave Van Horn has. I think once you get your solid footing with the program, but in year 1, nobody was going to come in here and just like poach everybody's top players and get a bunch of top-notch recruits. I don't know if age is going to be a overriding factor why kids don't choose South Carolina. I think Paul Maneri has enough cachet to still get big-time players to Columbia.
Yeah, and I certainly agree with that. And then, this past year, I think we talked about this last week or maybe the week before. You came in at a time where so many guys had already made decisions too. So, you missed out on folks in this past portal cycle, and certainly you weren't getting high school kids at that time. So, it's just part of it. But like you said, so many of these kids are going to be making decisions based on who the coach is right now. And Paul Maneri's got a pretty darn good name, a pretty darn good resume. So those guys who you're recruiting who are going to be immediate impact guys, those guys are going to be fine with Paul Maneri.
Well, if I've learned anything about college baseball from being in the thick of it to just being around it, kids want to go to good programs, and sometimes coaches change, but their decisions don't. Some do, but it's not like football where it all falls off a cliff and everybody runs out into other programs. It's a little bit different in baseball. So we'll see. You know what can solve this? Just win. If they get Arkansas next weekend and win 2 of 3, all these conversations turn into something totally different. We'll see. I'll be anxious to see how they kind of stack that to try to steal a road series in a very difficult place to play, Fayetteville, Arkansas. But first, tomorrow night, 6:30, the College of Charleston comes to town. They will play at Segra Park. We're expecting Jarvis Evans to get the ball for the Gamecocks. And also, the Cougs got rained out on Sunday. So there's a chance maybe that they throw Daniel Brooks tomorrow, potentially, at least maybe even a predetermined split, John, to get him in the game. He'll have to pitch next weekend for Holbrook. I haven't talked to Chad about it, but they might see the big righty for the Cougs.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me a bit if he goes out there and, throws 30 or 40 pitches. And, heck, if things are going well for them, maybe you keep riding them. I don't know what they got this upcoming weekend, but maybe you keep them out there and see if you can beat the Gamecocks and get them back into the rotation the following week. I don't know. It's certainly plausible. The Cougs are a pretty good baseball team. And, they've had times where they've given up a few runs, but they've had times where they've scored plenty. So it's going to be a challenge for South Carolina tomorrow night for sure.
All right. Shifting gears to the hardwood here. We'll keep it close to home. The decision to not play in the NIT for the men's program. Lamont Paris, of course, did issue a statement last night, and he mentioned attrition on the roster with injuries. They decided it was best to not participate this year. What's going on here?
I mean, I think there's a heck of a lot of factors at play, and that's the one I guess they decided to highlight most.
Well said, John. Well said.
That's why I asked what's going on here.
Excuse me.
John would make a great press secretary with that answer.
But Colin is banged up, and if they were saddling up to play an NCAA tournament game, then by golly, he'd have been out there ready to rock. But they would have had to play tomorrow. They told the players last week that they had the weekend off and to be back Monday. Obviously, that's something that could change, but it's not something that they wanted to change. So at the end of the day, this is where things are. But more than a dozen teams, opted out of playing in the NIT this year. South Carolina was far from the only one, and it just there's 3 ACC schools playing in it. There's one from the Big 12. The rest are all mid-majors. So, South Carolina is not the outlier here.
LSU backed out too.
Yeah. What on
I'm sorry. I'm just going to interject that one thing. They want to get cracking on the portal. Like they don't want a second dedicated to anything else than improving that roster right now. I get it that some fans are a little disappointed. Like, why not just give it a run? But I also understand the bigger goal right now is how do we turn this thing around?
Yeah. How much?
The NIT's a long. If you make a run, which Carolina has several times, as we all know, that's like a 3-week deal.
Mm-hmm.
You're not. You don't just. It's not like playing a bowl game. You are constantly on the road playing games, game after game, going until all the way to the Final Four, which is right around the same time as the actual Final Four. So that is time that you're not on the recruiting path necessarily. You're not making phone calls that you need to and doing things you need to improve that roster, which they drastically need to do. So I get it.
Yeah, and what if you have to fly out to California and you lose to Santa Clara, and I don't even know if they're in the tournament or even have a basketball team, but
Steve Nash played. Come on now.
Who knows? It may have been contracted, but that doesn't do you any good either. At some point you just kind of are what you are. I don't know that going out and playing one of those games and losing is the best look either. You were very competitive in the SEC this year. You go out there and tell these guys who you're recruiting from the portal, listen, man, we were really close. We need a guy just like you to help change, some of those 7 5-point losses into 5-point wins. And if you go out and, lose to Texas El Paso like that, I think becomes a harder sell.
Fair enough. How much attrition are we expecting on this roster?
That's a great question. There's going to have to be at least a few to be able to bring in some guys who you need from the portal. So there's going to have to be some guys who come off but I don't know who they're going to be. I could sit here and make a case for every player on the roster to have the spot on next year's roster. Or I can make a case for basically everybody on this past year's roster to not have a spot on next year's. it's going to come down to first and foremost what the player wants to do. If the player wants to leave, you can't make him stay. But it's going to come down a lot to what the coaching staff wants to do, who they feel like they can make better, who they feel like they can improve, who they feel like is engaged in the program and wants to be successful here next year. And I don't have all the exact answers for that right now, but I think at least 3 guys are probably going to have to transfer out.
Well, we're expecting 3. Obviously, their eligibility is done. You're talking about Wright, Jamari Thomas, and old BBV, who's whatever he does in life, he's going to be incredibly successful.
Get paid in Chicago as a big time lawyer.
Yeah, he doesn't need basketball to make things work. I think John, it's fair to say maybe a lot of the conversation will center around the futures of Nick Pringle and Miles Stute. If Stute can get an extra year, does he return to South Carolina? He said openly that he wants to. Is that reciprocated on the Gamecocks end? And then obviously Nick Pringle and whatever he decides to do, right? Those are 2 major pieces.
Yeah, exactly. Those 2 guys, and I think both of those guys would be welcome back if they choose to come back, or if Stute gets cleared. It's a roster cap of 15 next year, so he can have 15 scholarships, but that means no walk-ons. So, I think that's probably the end of it for Weston Coggeshall and Lance Piper. I don't think you're going to scholarship those 2 guys. So, that opens up a couple of spots. But yeah, there's still some things to figure out in terms of players' intentions and NCAA clearinghouse and things of that nature.
All right, you're going to be at the press conference 12:30 today.
Shane Beamer's talking, right? So
does a one-legged duck swim circles, John?
Yeah, well, Hale and Alex will certainly be there. I'm going to try to get over there. We'll see. I'll be tuned in regardless. It's a busy time right now. It's a busy time right now for sure. So I've forgotten that this even started today. For some reason, I was thinking it was next week. But we were talking in the baseball press conference. Somebody said, I'll see you tomorrow. What? Okay. So,
John, I think the nation and particularly the national bird watching community wants to know, I know you're in the nest right now, but we haven't heard one single chirp throughout this entire segment. Did you kick the baby birds out of the nest? Is there a disciplinary thing going on here? Did somebody break the rules of the Whittle household? What's going on? Because quite frankly, we're a little concerned about the baby birds that you're normally joined with.
Well, I've got a couple of dogs, and both of those dogs are pretty athletic and can jump, and they may have pretty fast. So I don't know. No, I hear a couple of birds chirping right now, but you're right. They aren't quite as close by as usual.
Yeah, you're not feeding them the worms in the middle of the interview, which we've come accustomed to, which I think is ratings gold, quite frankly. But we'll see if we can bring them back next week.
Next time, we'll get them back next Monday.
All right. I know we got to get you out of here, so we're throwing you on the spot. John Whittle's Final Four consists of whom?
I haven't even looked at a bracket.
Oh, come on. Well, that's the point of being on the spot. You got to name for it. You got to name for it.
Well, I don't know if they're playing each other.
Name a team that you like to win it all. How about that?
Florida for sure. Give me Florida. Give me Auburn.
Okay.
They're not. Are they in? They're not.
Nope.
They couldn't be in the same.
They're
bracket.
both 1 seed.
Well, they could play in the Final Four.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I said Final Four, so he's good with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll just go. I don't know.
You got Houston is the 1, Tennessee is the 2 in one bracket, Bama is the 2, Duke is the 1 in the other.
When you were a kid, did you play capture the?
Yeah, is he healthy? We'll go ahead and we'll go with Duke and Tennessee. Let's go ahead and put three SEC teams in there.
Fair enough. That's going to be part of our cut bet segment coming up here in just a second. Also,
okay. Yeah, I've clearly done my research. Y'all pick your brackets based on what I had to say.
John Whittle loves to drive. Are you driving to Fayetteville?
No Fayetteville trip for me.
Okay.
No Fayetteville trip for me. I might head over to Beckham Field and see what Ashley Chastain and the ladies have against the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Wonderful weekend for them against Georgia. We're going to hit on some of that in hour 2 as well. John, thank you for all you do. There needs to be more John Whittles in the world, especially for everything you got to cover right now. At least 4 of them.
Exactly.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate you guys. Good talking to you.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, John.
John Whittle. All right, Mike, take us home.
Yeah, well, we're wearing – hold on. We've got our St. Patty's Day green here. You know, they've got the 12th annual Tartan Day South Celtic Festival getting ready. A number of our listeners actually checked this out last year. You can certainly check it out this year. Tickets are just $20 for adults, kids 12 and under, free. You've got Thursday, April the 3rd, the kickoff party at Steel Hands Brewing. Friday, the Celtic concert at Ice House Amphitheater. And then Saturday, the main event at the historic Columbia Speedway in Casey. Check out tartandaysouth.com. You can get your tickets and figure out all the kind of fun things that go on. Good time, something a little different for you and the family to enjoy.
That's right. Take your shirts off, grab your kilts, and join Phil this year at the Tartan Day.
Heck
Tartan
yeah.
Day 2025.
He'll be sheepdog herding. I know the way Phil rolls.
I thought that was JC's event.
That's true. They can't combine on that. No, we had Phil doing something different. We had him
axe throwing or something. You know, I don't know.
Or the saber toss. I could see Phil. You get Mad Dog angry. He'll flip that large 19-foot tree, 190 pounds. He'll flip it like it's never been flipped.
Oh, God. All right. When we return, Mike and I are we're gonna wager $100 on. I've got our own cut bets here.
I like it.
Split up $100 between 6 of these things, 5 or 6 of them. We'll pick a few, and then we'll get into some softball. We'll get into some football, and we'll get you to JC and the Kilted Mad Dog.
The Kilted Mad Dog.
We'll be right back.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Day South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway, April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. chefwilliamturner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dominion Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth. This is my...
Well, it's not dirt, it's pollen. Pollen is covering everything. We just got home from the mountains yesterday, and I walked outside. Oh, my gosh. But luckily, I had Palm Casual furniture, so you just spray it off, and it doesn't matter. It comes right off. It's not like it sticks and grains in it. It just literally comes right off. So palmcasual.com, palmcasual.com, 5th location opening in Wilmington here pretty soon. But you can, if you're in the Beaufort, Bluffton area, Hilton Head area, they got one in Bluffton. They got one north of Somerville on your way to 95, Mount Pleasant, just Myrtle Beach. They're
quite a few in Florida too. I know it's.
They're everywhere in Florida. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. It's the best. Palmcasual.com. And I just have to say, we had such a wonderful weekend. My family's got a mountain house up in Maggie. That's where I was. If anybody tuned in, and that was not my backyard. We don't have mountains on Johns Island, but entering Charleston yesterday, back to the traffic. Actually, not even entering Charleston, just getting to the other side of Columbia, 2 lanes, everything stopped up. I'm like, man,
only going to get worse, my friend. South Carolina is one of the most popular places to move right now.
Yeah. I was Saturday. We took the kids to Harrah's, to the casino in Cherokee. We go every time, and we go bowling, and they have an awesome arcade in there, and we have a blast. And I was just thinking to myself while I was in there, I missed it by a weekend, because I've got buddies that go up every year for March Madness, and they spend all day in the sports book in the Harrah's Cherokee Casino from Thursday till Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how much money they lose, but they hang out in there.
What city is that in again?
Cherokee, North Carolina. Town.
Yeah, so, I mean, they have a big... Right. They have a big sponsorship deal with the sports station in Atlanta that I work with. 680 The Fan. So they actually pay for their guys to go up there and do shows from there, and it's a heck of a deal. Those Indian casinos now, so they have monopolies. They sign exclusive deals, and in turn they pay a lot of. For example, the Hard Rock in Florida, which is like one of the most popular betting apps in the country, but you can only use it in Florida. They pay the state of Florida $1 billion, that's billion with a B, a year for the right of exclusivity. So I don't know what Harrah's is paying North Carolina, but I'm sure it's a lot. And someday when South Carolina and Georgia wake up and they have their own legalized gambling, then that'll produce a lot of money for those particular states.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. It'll maybe when they fix the roads. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, that money can go towards fixing the roads. How about that?
Well, you would, Mike, that's thinking forward.
That's logical thinking. I mean, I'm not a mayor or a governor or anything, but it seems to me like you could use that money for good.
You would think.
You would think. Well, we got a lottery in South Carolina. I mean, that took forever and a day, but eventually it happened, and I think it's a good thing.
That's right. 25 years later, we're finally working on the roads. So when I'm dead, they'll get the rest of it fixed.
That's right.
So, all right. Well, if you're not going to Harrah's and you got a couple of buddies and you're like, hey, we can't make it to Cherokee because we've got kids and a family and we need to be home and working, even with the little red boss button and the whole 9 yards, but we want to have fun with one another, you can do that with Cut, right?
Correct. So Sim sent me a message. I was like, how are you going to do this? Everybody's got a bracket. And look, I'm one of those. I'm not a long shot guy. Like, you ever been to a horse track and bet on the horses?
Mm-hmm.
Do you always go for like the horse that's 200 to 1, or do you go for the horse that's 8 to 1?
No, I never go for the guy that's 200 to 1. I don't
either.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. I'm looking lane, and then I'm looking odds. So decent odds, right lane, and then that's where I'm going.
Okay, that's a pretty veteran move. I like it.
I've lost a lot of money doing that.
Yeah. we need to do it. Me, you, JC, Phil. We need to do a remote at Keeneland in Lexington to really have some fun. But that's a whole other story. So to that point, like, there's going to be a lot of bracket contests out there. I know we've got another great one lined up, courtesy of JC, and he'll tell you all about that at noon. This is for those of you, you're not going to win $1 million, but your odds are going to be pretty decent that you can actually win, because there's not going to be 3 million people in this contest. However, Sim tells me the winner is guaranteed at least $2,000. So basically, if you want to take part in this, again, Cut, for those who don't know, it's a friendly betting app. Everybody that downloads the app and deposits $50, which of course you'll have to put in the pot at some point. The top 3 will get prizes, and the winner will get a minimum of $2,000. So go to the Chief Sports app. It's on there now, the direct link. You'll go ahead, you'll sign up, you'll get entered. And again, you got a heck of a lot better odds than you're going to have in most of these things. There used to be these national shows going all the way back to like the Fabulous Sports Babe. If you might remember, that was a signature god-awful national show years ago. Anyway, if you guess every game right, we'll give you $1 million. You'd have a better chance of winning the lottery than going 67 for 67 or 63 for 63. Like, you're not getting every one of these right. No one ever does. Now, if you put it on, like, I'm sure if I was Elon Musk or one of these, computer guys, I could do a code where I could fill out 1,000 brackets, or have AI fill out 1,000 brackets, and maybe one of them would be perfect. I don't know. But if you're just if you're a regular Joe and you're filling out a couple of brackets, you're not going to win. You're not going to get every game right. So this is one where you've actually got a decent chance to win. You'll be going up against a lot of people that listen to this show, so you can have some fun with that. Again, it's on the Chief Sports app. You put in 50. You got to confirm that you actually did that, which you can email support@kutt.com. And then just go ahead and participate and have some fun.
And we've made it very easy. If you just pull up our app, it's right on the homepage.
Right on the homepage of Chief.
All right. So I want to play. I'm challenging you myself.
Yes.
$100 here. We got to figure out how to split this up. Hey, Phil, do you have we don't need the mariachi group for this. Those guys, they I was listening to them the other day. They got some work to do. All right. Well, then this will be fine.
You can never go wrong with this.
No. There you go. Look at that. Phil's on. All right. Mike, just for anybody wondering, Mike and I have not, this is not rehearsed.
No, I know, and I don't even remember the questions that you put up, but so this is all off the cuff. That's all right.
All right. What if I let's make this, I'm not confident in this, so I'm gonna go with $10 on this one out of 100.
Okay.
Only one SEC team reaches the Final Four.
So you're saying there will be only one?
Saying only one.
And I say yes or no on that. I'm going to go over. Okay. I have more than one in my Final Four.
So if there's more than one, I owe you $10.
Yes.
If there's one, you can say one or less. I'm pretty confident there's going to be at least one.
No, you got the right number.
All right.
More than one or not. I'll go more. You'll say one or fewer.
And again, guys, you can do this with your own friends. KUTT.
That's right. You can make up your own bets. It's a beautiful thing about Cut. You don't have to do whatever they say. It's America. You make up your own wager.
Okay. This one I'm very confident in, but I feel like you're gonna have the same level of confidence with me. All right. What if I said Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay. I'll bet I'll go with $20 on this. $20.
All right. Andrew Jackson.
I cut bet you only one ACC team reaches the Sweet 16.
Who?
Or do you agree with that?
Let me see what I have here. So I just filled out a bracket this morning. I didn't put, this is subject to change.
Okay.
Are you like me when you see Maryland, you still think ACC? that it's going to take me a while to. Okay.
See, the issue with the ACC outside of, Duke being Duke is the draw.
Yes. Well, yes. I have two, so I'll cut bet you over on that.
You got Duke, and then who's your other one?
I have Clemson.
Oh man.
Yeah.
You got Clemson getting past Will Wade in the first round at McNeese State?
I do, but I'll tell you right now, if Will Wade wins that game, I'm not going to be surprised. And another thing is Will Wade's got a lot of people wanting to get Will Wade. NC State wants him. The next SEC job that opens up, I guarantee you Will Wade will be on their short list. So like him or hate him, Mr. Strong-Ass Offer is going to be back at a premier program before long because he can flat out coach. I don't all the stuff he was doing, he wasn't alone, and it's all legal now. And you see what LSU was before he got there and what they've been after he got there. But that's a whole other story. So yes, I will accept your cut wager, and I will say more than one.
Okay.
By the way, I do have them Clemson losing to Tennessee in the very next game, but they would still be in the Sweet 16.
They would be in the Sweet 16. For a guy that Clemson folks
wanted him fired 15 times. 15 times. If they could have, the fans there would have fired that guy 15 times, and he's the elder statesman of ACC coaching.
It's bizarre.
Yeah. He's actually, in all seriousness, he's a really good coach.
Yes, he is. He's a very good coach.
I will always maintain Clemson is a harder job than South Carolina.
I would agree with that.
But
well, right now it's an easier job
because he's got momentum. That's the one good thing about keeping a coach, even when your fans want him fired every other year, is that eventually he might crack the code and figure stuff out.
Yeah.
And they're getting players now to go along with his X's and O's.
We've done that. All right. I'll throw another $20 on this next one here.
All right.
I have just one 14, 15, or 16 seed advancing past the first round. I just have one, and I'll tell you why. Because I think that the 1s, 2s, and 3s collectively are incredibly strong.
Yeah.
I've got one.
So is that the over under 1/2, 14, 15, 16 winning a game?
Yeah,
see, I have High Point winning a game. They're a 13 seed.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason why I have Clemson advancing.
Do you have any 14s, 15s, or 16s winning?
I have none. So
okay,
I would
you're
go
going
under on that.
Okay.
Yes. Under. I accept your cut wager, and I will take the under on the 14, 15, 16 for $20.
I've got one. I've got Wilmington upsetting Texas Tech.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Toyed with it.
Look, what I noticed yesterday, for those that watched the bracket reveals and then the commentary, everybody went chalk. Everybody went 1 and 2s. Everybody went 1s in the Final Four, and everybody picked Florida. I do not have Florida winning it all, by the way. My Final Four is a little chalky, but there's never been a year this has been done where there aren't upsets. People are like, we go through this all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see an upset this year. Well, chances are if you're going to win these brackets, whichever one you pick, you've got to pick some upsets. You can't just go all chalk because then you're probably not going to win.
That's true. All right, well, I've got 7 SEC teams in the Sweet 16. How many do you have?
Efforting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I had 6.
You got 6.
Yeah. Wait, am I doing this right? Yeah.
Wait, that can't be right.
Hold on.
I think I miscounted too. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2,
4, 5, 6, 7. No, I've got 7.
3, 4, 5. I've got 6.
Okay, I've got 7. So you're so $20. 7 or more, I win. Less than 7, you win.
Okay, I'll take that. Look, I think there's a number. Here's the other thing I would say. Trust me, I've enjoyed this coronation of SEC basketball. No one's been closer to the sport since 2003. Just being around it and calling all these games, and I love the progress. But just because you set an all-time record for bids doesn't mean that all these teams are like Sweet 16, Final Four good. There's a lot of teams that are good enough to get in, and I like them, but I don't love them.
Yeah.
There's a few teams that I love from the SEC.
Well, you're also going to ultimately set an all-time record for losses.
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Yeah.
Because only one team can win the tournament.
That's correct, yes. Yes.
So, if the SEC, if they could have 14 losses in this thing at some point in time.
That's a very Debbie Downer way of looking at it.
That's the JC. That's how JC does things. That's why I call him cold water sherbet.
Feline AIDS is the #1 killer of domestic cats.
Debbie Downer. What a killer segment. How much money do I have left here? All right, I got 30
well,
bucks.
we got 80 on the table.
We did 10
20
on the first one.
Oh, only 10 on the, yeah, that's right. So we got 30 on the 30 left.
Yeah. All right. This is I probably should have. You got to stick with it, man. You make a bet, you got to stick with it.
Okay.
All right. Who do you have the national champion coming out of the SEC?
No.
Okay. All right. So then we'll stick with it because I do. I've got Florida and Duke in the title game.
I have Auburn and Duke in the title game.
Ooh. Okay. You've got Duke winning it.
I do.
Yeah. And you know what? I
with a healthy Cooper Flag. If we get some news in the next 72 hours that ankle is a lot worse than they thought, then I'm taking that off. But for now, yes.
There's going to be a lot of upset people if we get to Thursday and they're like, oh, by the way, Cooper Flag's out. Oh
yeah. Well, that would suck. I would be racing to redo my bracket before noon on Thursday. But yeah, I've got a lot of SEC teams going far into this thing. I've got a Final Four that has 3 SEC teams, which would tie the 1985 Big East. I've got Auburn, Florida, Tennessee, all in the Final Four. But I've got Duke cutting down the nets.
Okay. All right. So that stands in. So I've got the national champion coming out of the SEC. All right. So 20 on that. Florida, Duke. You got Duke. I got Florida. Okay. Well, okay. So that's where I was going next. The Final Four will be all #1 seeds. I'm only putting $10 on this. But you don't. So that's null and void because you don't have 4 #1s in there.
I don't know.
And I don't either. I've got Michigan State, Florida, Duke, and Tennessee in the Final Four.
Yeah,
it's
you've
Izzo season.
It is Izzo's season. Who did I have them losing to? Auburn.
You know who I have them beating to go to the Final Four? Michigan.
Ha! Well, that would make the folks in East Lansing
I do
happy.
not. I don't trust Auburn. They haven't been playing well.
They have not.
First round last year.
Yep.
I don't like it.
Yep. And you got somewhat. Everybody knows Janai Broom's their best player. Baker Mazzaro might be their second best player, but he got kicked out of the game last year. He's gotten kicked out of a game this year. Can he control himself? I kind of like Bruce in this spot where everybody is putting dirt on Auburn. because they've lost 3 out of the last 4. So I'm good with that.
I'm going to say something that is this is going to be an unhealthy statement for our SEC brethren that watch this program, because it's a anti-SEC comment. I hope Louisville beats Auburn in the second round. I want to see Pat Kelsey get that upset. I just don't know. See, Auburn is so deep, and Louisville is not. And I don't think they've got enough juice to do it if they get through Creighton, which is going to be difficult. But I would love to see Pat Kelsey, because I like Pat. I think Pat's a really good guy, and he's got a great family. He did a lot at the College of Charleston, and I would like to see him stand on center stage and go to the Sweet 16.
Well, regardless of how it turns out, he's done an outstanding job. And kudos to him. Louisville made a non-plus hire before that, which couldn't have gone possibly worse. But again, this is another classic case of 10 years ago, Pat Kelsey gets that job in the same situation that the last coach left it in, and it's a 3-year rebuild. Not with the portal. Not with the portal. And Louisville has plenty of spending cash, and they used it. Their NIL money is very good. Very good. So Pat didn't walk into a complete disaster. He's got some players, too.
Yeah. Bruin is just listening to everything I say and copying it. Come on, Bruin. You got to think yourself. I'm just kidding, dude. I've got a feeling Michigan State, Florida, Duke, and Tennessee are all going to be very popular picks to get to
it is. I mean, look, Florida's outstanding. I've said this for 2 months. The best 3 teams in college basketball for my money have been Florida, Auburn, Duke. I've stayed with that. I haven't changed my opinion. But people are talking about Florida like it's 1990 UNLV.
Yeah.
They're an outstanding team. They are well coached. You want to see how the game should be played. Watch the way they move without the ball. Watch the way they pass. They don't take bad shots. They don't make bad turnovers. That's coaching. And they have a great complement of players, very few of which were highly recruited, by the way. More portal guys that could have been had by a number of programs, including South Carolina. So if somebody knew about Alex Condon in Columbia before the Vegas showcase where nobody wanted him but St. Mary's, he could have been a Gamecock. If Thomas Houck, who lives 20 minutes from the Amish in Pennsylvania, who was not highly recruited, if an assistant coach had ties to that area, could have been a Gamecock. Walter Clayton went to Iona because he was a football kid. Yeah. You know, these are not like a bunch of McDonald's All-Americans, but you don't have to be in basketball. That's the beauty of it. But I still don't think they're like unbeatable. I mean, I'm watching all these shows, and it's just like, oh, they've got no chance. I mean, they got 2 of this, they got 2 of that. All that's true, but man, it's March. I've seen better teams go down. So I'm just going to say that. I'm just going to throw that out there. I got them in the Final Four. It's not like I'm saying they suck. I'm just saying I've never seen, it's almost unanimous by everybody that Florida is winning the whole thing.
Yeah, well, I don't agree with that. I think that the national champion, the current AP, well, as current as it has been dating back to last week, 1 through 8, with my lowest percentage being on Alabama, I think all of them have a chance to win the national championship. Duke, Houston, Auburn, Florida, Alabama, St. John's, Michigan State, and Tennessee. And I'm not saying that that's because I think all 8 of them are the best team in college basketball. I'm saying they're all capable of winning it because every one of these teams could lose, and you'll get some help somewhere along the line.
Yeah. Look, there's some really good teams we haven't even talked about, like a Houston, for example.
Yeah.
You know, Houston certainly. Now, some people say, well, until Kelvin Sampson gets there, I'm not betting on him. Do you want to go up against Rick Pitino and St. John's? I think Rick Pitino. I vote on the Player of the Year and the Coach of the Year. I think Rick Pitino has done as good a job as any coach in college basketball. Whether you like him or you don't like him, the guy is as good a coach in our lifetime. I wasn't alive for John Wooden, at least not his heyday. I wasn't alive for Adolph Rupp. Coach K, obviously, but Rick Pitino has done it everywhere he's gone.
That's crazy.
Just ridiculously good.
All right. Well, that
good job. I'm ready to take your money and buy some bourbon.
Fair enough. All right.
I'm sure I can spend it on more constructive things, but I won't.
Believe me, that thought crosses my mind every time I walk into the corner.
Right.
The store down the street. I'm like, I really could put this in a college fund or something. The hell with it.
The hell with it.
All right. Well, we'll step aside for a timeout. We haven't even gotten to the ladies yet, so we'll hit on some of that and the comments from Dawn yesterday. A couple more things to get to on the men's side, and we'll start to wind down here. It is going to be a beautiful, beautiful week. Hope you all get a chance to get outside and color yourselves yellow in the pollen of South Carolina. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barno Co. We'll be right back.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the village at Sandhill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Hearten Days South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway. April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Brewer. His second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer. Turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
TonyPope.com, TonyPope.com. Tony Pope presents hour 2 of the morning show. Tony Pope, State Farm here in South Carolina and in the fake peach state of Georgia. TonyPope.com, one of the great Gamecocks out there, and can't thank him enough for what he does for a lot of us. Now's a good time to shop your insurance, beginning of the year, tax season. It's always a good time to take a look at your finances and have him do it. TonyPope.com.
Can I just add to that real quick, because I know we'll be pressed for time later on while we're talking about kind of the Mount Rushmore of the ITG community. You've got Tony Pope. His face is chiseled in there as a guy for all your insurance needs. And, of course, you've got Troy Branham also chiseled right next to him. I don't know if they've ever met. Troy, knows everybody, so maybe they've come across each other. But Troy, also a lifelong Gamecock fan, and has been helping people in the state of South Carolina with all their mortgage needs. Rates are coming down, maybe not as fast as everybody would like, but good chance you might be a good candidate for a refi, or if you're getting a new mortgage, you're not going to get a better rate or better service than the man with the plan, Troy Branham. Give him a call, 803-238-0111, 803-238-0111. Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage.
Again, we got we're less than an hour away from Shane Beamer taking the podium today to.
What's he talking about today? We breaking down the start of spring?
Well, whatever the media boys got to say. Yeah, and this, that, and the other.
Come on,
I don't
Fiddle.
know. If I had to guess, I would say that Shane is probably going to be asked about injuries, and he's probably going to be asked about quarterbacks. Those are always the two things that come up. And then they'll go from there, and I'm sure there'll be some silly things that are thrown in as well. We'll see. Anything worth noting, we'll obviously be able to talk about it tomorrow. But obviously talking hoops today, Carolina baseball, et cetera, et cetera. So on the women's side, South Carolina is the number 2 seed behind UCLA, who got the number 1 overall all seed. Gamecocks open at 4 o'clock on Thursday. 17, 18, 19, 22. No, Friday, right? Friday. Sorry, 4 o'clock on Friday against Tennessee Tech. And they are, well, yeah, we'll see. 45.5-point favorites. Mike, I didn't personally, I'm not trying to, discount or discredit or anything like that, any beliefs or feelings that Dawn has, but I've been a little bit curious as to why this has been a talking point that they weren't the number 1 overall seed. I mean, when you looked at the resumes and the number of quad 1 victories and quad 2 victories, Carolina absolutely had a case, and I would argue that based on the resume, they are the number 1 overall seed. But the committee last night, the committee chair, did speak about the fact that there's a couple of extra points they look at. One is head-to-head. UCLA beat South Carolina. And number 2, the Gamecocks had a big loss against UConn, where they got throttled on their home floor. And those were 2 main points that led them to not give them the number 1 overall seed. Dawn went on to say, well, kind of like football, well, that's how things are graded. Then, we'll look at our scheduling in the future. Because obviously, if we don't have to play these games, we won't. We'll just play a different schedule and win all the games, and then that'll be how it's decided. We'll take it from there.
You're going to have to help me out, because I don't
Okay, so so you missed some
they
of this.
They lost to UCLA.
Yeah.
Right? Got throttled at home to UConn.
Right. We got beat by Texas was the other loss.
Right, and then avenged the
on
loss
the
to
road.
Texas. So what's the big controversy? First off, I think the number 1 overall seed is highly overrated.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah, I'd rather have the easier track.
I'm worried about the draw. Yeah, if you're the number 1 seed, you're a number 1 seed. Dawn wanted to. I think it's her competitive nature, obviously, but she wanted that number 1 overall seed, and she was saying basically, okay, well, if we're just going to reward whomever because they have the best record, kind of like football, then maybe we'll look at our scheduling in the future, and maybe we just won't play some of these games. Now, what she's referencing is the fact that they lost to UConn and they lost to UCLA in non-conference matchups, right? I think this is – I don't really know why it's even become a talking point. It was aired on ESPN. It's been in all the publications.
Because they have an hour to fill.
And I'll be honest, again, I'm not trying to question Dawn Staley. She's the best coach in basketball. It's not my place to step on her toes. I can tell you right now, I'm not going to do it. But I don't really know why it matters as long as you're a number 1 seed. More importantly, something that Debbie Antonelli long argued, when it comes to the geographics. Remember when Carolina got sent to Seattle or Spokane? Everybody's like, what's going on here? They're going to advance to Birmingham, which is great for them. UCLA is the number 1 overall seed, and they're out there, obviously in the Spokane regional. So I think it's much to do really about nothing. I think Carolina's draw is what matters. And they've got Duke as the 2 seed in their regional.
Yeah, that's what matters. If you beat UCLA, you are the number 1 overall seed. Head to head, the difference between football is SMU gets in. SMU didn't beat any of the teams they leapfrogged.
Right.
And they had a weaker schedule, and that we could go on and on and on.
Right.
This is clearly different than that. So not a huge deal.
No.
Carolina will still breeze through 3 or 4 rounds before having to break a sweat, and then we'll get a chance to beat some of these teams that also got high praise, including UCLA. As far as the women's game overall, the Juju Watkins, what TV and the tournament are hoping for more than anything is that Trojan squad making a deep run, because she is what they want. With all due respect to Angel Reese, and I know that this is going to rub some people the wrong way, so sorry in advance. Angel Reese is not nearly a top 10, top 20 player in the sport. It is a creation of the media that wanted a Magic versus Bird element. Juju Watkins is it, if that's what you want to do. If you want to find somebody to kind of put on par with Caitlin Clark for the next wave of superstars, and obviously Asia Wilson is not the next wave. She's the current wave. She's already been in the league for, 5-6 years and is dominated. But if you want players that the league is really the fans, if you're going to bring in new fans, Caitlin Clark is number 1. And number 2 will be Juju Watkins, because she's got the kind of game that's oh, damn, that's something special. Angel Reese is not that.
Right.
And people should not feel uncomfortable about pointing out the obvious. She's not that at all. So just if we're going to talk women's basketball with a little bit of honesty, I feel like that needs to be said.
Yeah. I'll take it a step further. So I love talking to Debbie, and I don't think we're going to be able to squeeze her in this week because she's calling games. Again, hat tip to Debbie Antonelli. She'll be calling the men's tournament. But she always has such an eloquent way of saying things, because she's long wanted, been a proponent of trying to raise the floor, the standard, promote the women's game. And there needed to be certain things for the women's game to be able to kind of self-promote, Mike. And obviously one of the things you just referenced was Angel Reese. LSU kind of took on that villain role a little bit. Now they're not as good as they were, so they're obviously not going to be one of the more talked about teams. So I'm going to make 2 quick points here. Number 1, you mentioned Juju. If you are ESPN and a proponent of marketing the women's game, what you want in the national championship is South Carolina versus Southern California. That's what you
totally
want.
agree. Totally
you
agree.
You want USC versus USC. You also want UCLA and USC to meet in the Final Four, which would be their fourth matchup this year. Southern Cal is 2-1 in the previous 3, but they also just lost to UCLA in the Big Ten championship game. Isn't that strange? Big Ten championship game, Southern Cal, UCLA. All right. And then on the other side, I think the best thing that you could hope for from a marketing and branding standpoint would be to have, obviously, the Gamecocks, and then out of the other side of it, probably Texas. If not, then you need a resurgence of a team like Notre Dame, or more notably the 5 seed, which would be Tennessee. And we'll see if they can find a way to get there, because they'd have to take down Texas to get through it. But where I do think that it would have been better served is if UConn was not in the 4th regional with Southern Cal, because the perfect Final Four for the women's game would be Gino and UConn, Dawn in South Carolina, UCLA and Southern California. That would have been the perfect Final Four for the women's game in this particular year. But unfortunately, UConn is a 2 seed in the Southern Cal, 4th regional, so that's impossible. But Southern Cal, South Carolina, USC versus USC, they already signed to play this who's the real USC series the next 2 years. They're going to play out west. They're going to play in Greenville. You can get ahead of all that, cancel the whole series if you just play this thing in the national championship game this year on April the 6th. April the 6th? Yeah,
that's right.
Wow. I thought that was further down the road. It's coming up quick, man. Basketball's going to be over before you know it.
It's a 3-week extravaganza.
I just keep having to remind myself it's the middle of March.
Yeah.
This has flown by.
Pretty soon you'll be back in your Speedo over there on the beach.
Yeah, I got in trouble for wearing those. I can't wear those anymore. I'm just kidding.
Well, you're not afraid to break the rules and regulations of the fine low country ocean.
Yeah, not in the Speedo. I don't mind slipping some bourbon into a water bottle or something, but I'm not going to go that far.
Hey, one other thing on the men's side real quick that we didn't talk about. I got to mention this. You can't be taken seriously if the AD of a particular school that has no business being in the big dance is the head of the committee and then puts that team that has no business being in the big dance in the big dance.
Well,
and I speak of Bubba Cunningham of North Carolina. That's ridiculous. They are 1-10 in quad 1 games. And then we hear this, well, he had to be out of the room when they made that decision. You don't think they had some conversations outside the room? You don't think when they were hanging around and watching games together, when they went and had to hit the dessert tray later on that night? Like, come on.
I was turning the page to that. So you're spot on it. I mentioned that this morning when I was on with Bill and Preston. I said, look, I get it. I understand that you have to recuse yourself and the whole 9 yards. And is it Kendall? It's Kendall Gill, right? Who was
No, Kendall Gill's a former basketball player. This is
not Ken. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
The head of the
Michael Gill or something like that. Yeah, not Kendall Gill. But I heard his comments. He was questioned with Bubba Cunningham sitting right next to him, and he rolled out the scenario of, well, this is what we decided in our final vote on Saturday night. If this happened, North Carolina was the first team out. If this happened, North Carolina got in. Revert back to what you just said a moment ago, which is what I brought up this morning. Just because you recuse, and I got to be careful, right? Because I don't want to sit here and try to accuse people of cheating or something. But at the same time, just because you're recused from the conversation and not in the room doesn't mean you don't stumble upon one another in an elevator or something like that, right?
Right.
I don't even know that North Carolina was the first team out. So it's like, hey, look, here's the way that I envision this is the best we can do for you. If they play their way out, you're in. If they don't, you're out. And it fell their way, but they were kind of put in positions for it to fall their way.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, by the way, it's Keith Gill. Keith Gill, who's also the head of the Sun Belt. look, this is a flawed setup. I mean,
and they're 1-12, by the way, in quad ones.
I'm sorry, I gave them too much credit or not enough discredit. The South Carolina could have benefited from this years ago when Ray Tanner was on the baseball committee, but Carolina was not a bubble team those years. They were getting in regardless. But I just think it's a bad idea to have ADs of teams that have a good chance of going to the postseason and putting them in there. You're never going to convince people that they don't have influence. Of course they have influence. I guarantee if the Gamecocks were a bubble team when Ray was on the committee, Carolina would have made the NCAA tournament. Ray would have made sure. He would have been very professional about it, but there's a way to get your way without just yelling and screaming at the top of the hill. You relationships are there and you can be finessed into things, and clearly that was done. And I just think it's like an insult to everybody's intelligence to go, well, he wasn't in the room when they made that. That decision was already baked in before they ever went into the room. Come on, stop it.
I predicted this last week. If South Carolina was sitting with the exact same record, would they have gotten in?
Hell no. Hell no. But I don't even – obviously we know North Carolina's a blue blood, right? But even as a blue blood, I don't think they would have gotten in had it not been the fact that their AD is on the head of the committee.
Yeah.
And that's just like, for the most part, they get this thing right. And I don't feel overly sorry for a team that you've got 31 games plus to prove your might. There's 34, 30, somewhere in that range at large bids, right? Because it's not really the top 68 teams. We know this. There are teams from conferences that would never qualify if you just did the best 68 teams. But we keep that format just like we do in baseball and to a lesser extent in football. But if you're going to do this right, I think West Virginia had at least 5, if not 6 quad 1 wins.
They had
in a better league.
Yeah, 6
in a better conference.
And they used their RPI against them at 51, or their net ranking.
West Virginia's net was 51?
51.
Yeah, so they obviously had a bad loss somewhere that brought that down. I don't know what it was.
No, they didn't. They were 5-0 in quad 4s, 4-0 in quad 3s. Their losses were all quad 1 and quad 2.
Well, then I don't get that one. And for that matter, you could make the argument Indiana had a better resume. You could make the argument Boise State had a better resume. I mean, that one is just like, come on. And you got to remember, like, these decisions, I don't think North Carolina is going to go very far in the tournament anyway. So this will be forgotten.
As in, like, tomorrow night for?
Possibly.
San Diego State.
Yeah. It's a very losable game. They're just not a very good team. But you got to remember, coaches are hired and fired based on making and not making NCAA tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
These are really big decisions. I was on a show, the gentleman you introduced me to, Jamie.
Yeah. How'd that go?
Good couple guys. And we chopped it up last night for over a half hour.
Oh,
and we were talking fall football more than anything else.
Checks in the mail.
Yeah. My point on where college football is headed is where college basketball already is in terms of coaches and job security. You're no longer going to be judged on, well, how many bowl games did you get to, right? Or like, how many were you 8-4 versus 9-3, or how many conference championship games did you make? For a lot of coaches at premier programs, or even ones that are not premier but think they're premier, their fans think they should be premier, you're going to be judged on, it's going to be a very simple criterion. This is not going to be complicated. How many college football playoffs did you get to, and what did you do when you got there? When we expand this thing eventually to 16, there's going to be a ton of fan bases that believe that if you're the head coach of, let's just say, an SEC program for 5 years, and you can't get to one 16-team playoff, you're gone. I don't want you. See you. Wouldn't want to be you. Now, that might sound unfair, but we have to recalibrate what is a good season, what is not. What is a good 5-year span and what is not. And I think, it's not just going to be the elite programs that look at it. It's not just going to be Alabama and Georgia look at it that way. I think it's going to be the next tier of schools that say, wait a minute, why can't we be in a playoff? It's not like we're asking you to win the SEC. We're just asking you to be the 5th best team, the 6th best team in the SEC. Will probably get to the playoff when this thing is truly expanded. Why not us is going to be the mantra from a lot of fan bases. And yes, that could include the one in Columbia, South Carolina.
Now that we're 14 SEC teams are in, what do you think that, let me ask this differently, that the College Football Playoff Committee has drawn any parallels to this selection process versus their own?
I think they could learn a thing or two from the basketball process, because minus the North Carolina debacle, which we know is political, they actually look at the relevant metrics and they understand the difference between, well, this team has one more loss than that team. Yeah, but that team with one more loss played a hell of a lot more difficult schedule, has better wins and fewer bad losses. So you can, in basketball, it's not uncommon for a team that has more losses to leapfrog a team that has fewer losses, but not nearly as good a resume. That's been done in basketball for years. And we have to wake up the committee that still has caveman thinking, unga bunga, 2 bigger than 1, 2 gets eliminated. Unga bunga, 3 bigger than 2, 3 get eliminated. We have to get above and beyond that. It's not 1936. Like, go ahead and put a little more data in your head when you spit out those teams.
Right. I agree with that. If you look at the quad one, like Texas, for instance, right? So they were 7-10 versus quad. So every game that they played in the SEC was virtually quad 1, almost all of them. I think a couple checked in maybe at quad 2, but outside of that, if you looked at to dumb it down in football a little bit, let's take Ole Miss. I'm going to try to take some bias out of this from Carolina, since we covered Carolina here. Let's say Ole Miss plays a 12-game schedule, and they play 3 teams 4 times: Texas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Those are the 3 teams that they play 4 times in a 12-game schedule in college football. And then you go to the ACC, and SMU plays Clemson, Miami, and Syracuse 4 times. Who has a more difficult schedule?
The first one.
And who do you think has the better record?
The second one.
SMU, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's the point. If you dumb this thing down a little bit and you just simplify it, those, by the way, I just listed the teams with the best records in those leagues there. It goes to show you the strength of the league versus the strength of the league, ACC versus SEC, strength of the record versus strength of the record. If you dumb it down and just put 2 or 3 teams on the schedule, that can tell you a lot real quick there, as far as apples are not apples and oranges are not just oranges when you have these conversations. So I hope that they did learn something about this, but they probably didn't.
Well, again, I think I want to believe wisdom will start having a factor in the way it's done in college football. Mm-hmm. It starts with changing the ridiculous seeding of the playoff. That was a joke, and everybody knows it. Then it goes to, we're not going to have a situation again where we're staring at 3 3-loss SEC teams in the face, all of whom had a better resume than SMU. And we just decide, SMU's got 2 losses. Let's just put them in. And what do you say, Jimmy? I think they're doing the buffet at the Sizzler. Well, hell, I'm in. Okay, let's do it.
The Sizzler. Man. I'll take the D's Wings buffet over the Sizzler, but I hear
well, I don't know if they have D's in Indy or wherever they wind up doing that. Where were they meeting last year? I can't even remember. Were they in Indy? Where they had that shot of them all in their little reclining chairs, the Perrier bottles, and not a single notepad. Like, nobody had any notes at all.
I don't know.
They weren't even pretending.
They weren't in. I thought they were in Dallas, or was that just where the meetings were a couple of months ago? It's all run together for me.
I don't know. I don't know where they were, but I know they weren't working very hard.
If
But they,
North-
they were comfortable. They were cozy.
Oh, there's no question about that. So who would you have put in over North Carolina, just to clarify this? Would you have gone with West Virginia?
Oh, I would have put West. I mean, there's a few teams I could have put in over, but I would say West Virginia was probably the most deserving over the Tar Heels.
Because they actually won the games.
They actually won several quad one games, played in a better conference, and you just mentioned they didn't have a bad loss.
Yeah.
So this just in, that's a better looking resume than a Tar Heel team that couldn't beat anybody with a pulse this year.
Mm-hmm.
And lost to Stanford at home, which is a bad loss.
Yeah. Stanford is in the ACC, in
They
case
are.
anybody needed a reality check.
When those two teams meet, look out. It's
throw the records.
Throw the records out.
Window.
It's I mean, it's going to be a bloodbath whenever Stanford and North Carolina go head to head.
Yeah.
Just love these old classic historic matchups that we're getting.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a
Man.
beautiful thing.
Mm.
When SMU takes on Wake Forest, it is fireworks.
Throw the record books out the window.
Throw the record books out of the window.
I don't
We got
think-
an instant classic.
I don't think when the ACC expanded to 16 or 18, how many teams they have now, they anticipated that basketball would totally fall off a cliff. The SEC had 3.5 times the number of teams in the postseason this year.
Well,
than the
and
SEC.
this is a call to arms. Look, the SEC had this years ago when just 3 teams got in.
Yeah.
And Greg Sankey and everybody huddled around and said, we can't do this anymore. Like, this is ridiculous.
Wasn't that the year that Carolina went to the Final Four? Weren't there only 3? Florida, South Carolina? Who else?
There were multiple years of only 3. It might have been. But I'm dating back before then. I'm talking like 10, 11 years ago.
The year before the Final Four team, only 3 got in.
Oh, okay.
So 2016 was another year where, again, only 3 teams. So you had a lot of bad games, a lot of bad basketball. But if I'm Jim Phillips of the ACC and I am those coaches, I am getting together right now and saying, we can't survive on this. If we're going to be bad in football, look at the bowl record. It was not good. Baseball has taken a step backwards for the ACC. Their calling card for the better part of 50 years has been college basketball.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to figure things out. They've got to figure out where they're going to get the money. As I've said all along, when people ask me, well, how did this change? I said, it's real easy. The best players that used to go to the ACC, they're now going to SEC schools, not just out of high school, but out of the portal. So
It's going to
with
be
the
interesting.
the exception of Duke, of course.
Yeah. Well, again, it's about the revenue share thing, and that if that lawsuit holds, then they're going to have to make a decision. SEC schools aren't going to be able to pay what they're paying, and my understanding is they're not going to. And so it evens the playing field as far as money goes. I'll say this again. It's a good time to be St. John's and Gonzaga, and Xavier and Marquette, because while those TV deals are lower, the Big East TV deal is good for basketball, but it's nothing like football. They don't have football to fund. I mean, what's St. John's going to spend it on? Baseball? They're pretty good at baseball. Maybe they'll throw them $100,000 or so, but it all goes to Patino.
Mm-hmm.
That's not to mention if you have legit NIL, the bigger your market's in, the bigger you can pay.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe this now more than ever, because I saw Auburn said we're making a $25 million investment in student athletes, i.e., this is what we're doing rev share wise, and this is what we're going to do NIL. So you're talking about $4 or $5 million on top of the rev share, which is achievable. And that's going to be interesting. And the ACC schools like Duke and Wake, Duke can't go buy a quarterback like they did. They're going to have to freaking decide where their bread is buttered. Same with Clemson. It's going to be interesting. But it is a call to arms. And I think, to quote AC/DC, if you're wondering why the SEC is good this year in basketball, money talks. Come on. Where are you at, Mike?
Was I supposed to sing?
No, I mean, no. I'm looking at your background. That's not?
Oh, where am I?
Oh, where are you?
I thought you meant
literally.
Get in the game.
The background vocalist, Mike Morgan. Hey, sing for me, Mike.
Yeah, I thought you were like, am I supposed to recite some AC/DC, like Back in Black? This is my buddy's lake house near Lake Lanier.
Oh, we got. Wait a second here. Is this
Hold
another
on.
one of your
Right.
coworkers that doesn't know that you snuck in the back door? Like,
First off, he knew. Secondly, no. I've been invited. I'm actually doing a little house sitting, which whenever I can house sit this place, I am all in. Next time, I'll give you the lake background because it's beautiful. It's peaceful. It's just nice and peaceful. It's my moment of zen.
Where you at, Mike? Oh, I'm at Dykes' place. Oh, really? Yeah, where's he at?
I don't know if Jimmy would share
actually.
it. I don't know if Jimmy is as generous as Doring is. Yeah, but no, that's where I'm at physically. Mentally, I don't know where the hell I'm at. It's a good question. That's a grander question on a grander scale that JC might have.
You're about to be $100 in the hole when I whip you in cut bets.
I don't know, man. I feel pretty good about my picks. We need to get JC and Phil on that too, and see where they stand on that. We can
between that and the Ernie madness, we got a lot going on here.
We got a lot of wagering going on.
Ernie madness,
filling
man.
out more brackets than I've ever have this year.
The Ernie thing is totally different. That's what I like about this. Is like you can do you obviously enter as many brackets as you want wherever you want, but cut is so different, peer to peer, personal, and then you got this Ernie deal where it's a group effort. So there's just
I want to win
covered here.
The more I think about it, the more I'd like to do the Ernie Cup or to have the Ernie Cup. It's 25 pounds of solid, whatever they make it out of, and they throw a party, so it gives me an excuse to come to Columbia this summer and have an Ernie party.
Oh, so this is a Columbia guy who runs it.
It's a national media group that.
Okay.
It's there's partner with us. They partner with our Auburn podcast and site on 24/7 Sports, and but that's the deal. But yeah, go to Ernie.com, register, fill out your bracket, select South Carolina, so the Gamecocks will get the points. Fill out your bracket, and first prize $5,000 cash for the national winner. And I don't know, it's there's some cash prizes for the best bracket on cut.com. So I'm gonna go over there and rock that this afternoon and get my wife to do it.
And I can simplify all this for everybody. We have an app.
That's right.
That's right.
You don't have to run around to all these websites. You just pull that thing up. They're both sitting right there on the homepage.
Very popular app.
Very popular app, actually.
Exquisite app.
Oh, yeah, it's right there when we pop it up. So it's awesome.
Yeah.
What you guys getting into today?
Yeah, what you going to talk about today, JC? Favorite Irish
meal selections.
Things kind of it threw me for a loop a little bit because I forgot about Beamer press conference today. So I made sure to listen to y'all's entire show. So I didn't repeat things. I'm doing it. Great, epic baseball analysis of the series, by the way. Before Whittle got on, who fired today. He was fired up about that. I don't blame him. I was fired up yesterday after watching that disaster happen as well. But that was some unbelievable baseball reflection. I forgot y'all were my friends and just was like, these guys really know what they're talking about. It's so refreshing because I make the mistake sometimes when I take my wife to work of listening to other podcasts to see what they're saying. And I'm just picking up on fact error, bullshit take, fact error. And I'm like, how are these guys? And then they have a sponsor. It's like TurboTax is sponsoring our podcast. And I'm like, oh, good God. Yeah, there was people that we're serving up filet mignon at a discount price over here. And they're serving horse meat. I mean, I'm seriously.
But are they ranked number 10 in the latest podcast poll?
Yeah, right. How about that?
How about them apples?
They're making a patty out of Vienna sausages and Spam and calling it a hamburger steak.
I think I saw that recipe on TikTok.
That's disgusting. There's some nasty stuff on TikTok in many ways. But I'm digging into it.
I know.
I'm trying to learn. Nah, but we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk a little about the women's selection committee, which is awful this year. Also, do you guys ever get tired of hearing the phrase "in this league" about the SEC? I get it. We get it. We talk about it all the time. I just get sick of hearing about it. So we're going to talk to people about that. We're going to play a game like War Games because we always do it. Would you like to play a game about Pro Day coming up? And we're going to talk about some of Beamer's press conference because I forgot about that. We're going to talk a little portal and declining the NIT. And
what'd you think of that, JC? Declining the NIT?
I was completely ambivalent. I was like, number one, okay. Yeah. So on one hand, I really like watching the Gamecocks compete and play, and I thought, oh, they have a chance to kind of prove everybody that their record's more of a function of schedule than anything else. On the other hand, I see the point. What people aren't talking about is because this NIL revenue share lawsuit thing is going final on April 7th, they ruled that all these front-loaded NIL deals have to be signed, not necessarily paid out. You got to pay it out by July 1st, but signed by April 7th. Anything after that has to go through the clearinghouse after April 7th. And nobody expected that. They thought they had it. So you literally had that portal window shrink by 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go even to the second round of the NIT, it's March 23rd. Portal opens 24th. It's not like these coaches sit around and go like they're waiting for Guffman or whatever, and like going, all right, when's it going to open? When's it going to open, guys? Phil. Yeah. When's it going to open? And then you open it and like, all right, let's roll. Like when the stock market, it's like when somebody rings a bell, the stock market opens. Doesn't work like that. There's a lot of legwork, and basketball staffs aren't nearly as big as football staffs that have people to constantly watch things. So I'm not saying that's why he did. I heard Whittle's explanation, banged up, the injuries. I would never say Lamont Paris is lying about anything. I just think there's probably more than one reason why they backed out, because they absolutely were going as of last week. Absolutely.
Yeah, you know what LSU's Matt McMahon said his reason why turning down? We're banged up. Banged up is the new, we got to go get players. Okay. That's, nobody's lying. Just about every team in March is banged up, but you gotta focus on next year at this point.
And Ross Dellinger, like last week, reported this on like Wednesday late in the afternoon or something. So coaches take about 2 or 3 days to process things. So I understand why everybody's like, oh, they'll take it. And then they went, oh, wait a minute, probably not now.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. It's I'm actually looking more forward to talking basketball now than I was when they were playing. And once it was apparent they weren't going to do anything, So
hey, real quick, I know you got to get going here, but who are you looking for on the pro day? Do you have a list of the guys working out?
Yeah, well, there's 25 guys.
25 of them. Yeah.
I'm curious about some of the players that maybe didn't get invited to the combine. Depending on who runs, not everybody runs. I'd like to see OD Fortune put up a big time. Frankly, I wouldn't, if I'm Rocket or D Knight, I wouldn't run. Maybe if Kennard has a pretty good time, a better time, which his wasn't bad. But there's D-line is stacked in this. I saw Todd McShay talking about it the other day. On an Instagram video, he listed like 12 guys in 20 seconds.
One of the deepest ever.
Yeah, I mean, they're talking. I tell you what, I was about to say the Phillies. I'm a moron. The Eagles may draft Walter Nolan.
Jeez.
All right, let's just add Walter Nolan. Okay, we want to be the best defensive line in the Ultraverse. Okay. I mean, you tell me that guy's the last pick of the first round, or no.
I'll take him.
Sometimes these NFL guys overthink it, and that's why teams like the Eagles end up being good. Because like, oh, I'm just going to take the best player. Anyway, sorry for rambling on and on. I know you guys are ready to get off. Happy St. Patrick's Day, by the way.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah. I celebrated none this past weekend.
Same.
The green pin. I have on green underwear. I'm not showing it to you.
That's nice.
With a shamrock right on the butt crack.
Is it the Incredible Hulk?
It's a Speedo. Nah. It's a thong.
Nice
Oh,
callback.
no.
Oh,
And on that note, lunchtime, boys and girls.
Yeah. Happy
Yep.
lunch. Have a
Get out.
sloppy Joe for me.
Okay.
All right, let's get started.
See you guys. Y'all. See you later.
I should not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show, the show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show, live here on a St. Patrick's Day. Aaron, go, bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh. Aaron, go, bruh. But we've got it here. Mad Dog Mullinax, JC Sherbert over there on the other side. Lots of stuff. Disappointing result yesterday on the baseball diamond. Came really close to pulling off a series victory against the number 12 team in the nation and fell just short. Got some things going on there. If you missed it, Whittle, Mike and JB had that covered for you top to bottom, and some expert analysis, as only those three can do with their baseball eyes. JC and I turn our attention to basketball here, talking about more committee madness. There's got to be, JC, some way that these organizations can pick committees that don't have affiliations to the schools. Is that too hard to ask?
Yeah, look, I think the basketball committee does a much better job than the football committee.
For sure.
But but at the same time, it's similar to like the 4-team playoff versus the 12. When things get hard,
yeah,
they tend to show that they're morons. I mean, when things get difficult. Now, the good news about March Madness and basketball is nobody's going to be talking about that next week.
Right.
Unless West Virginia wins the NIT, and there'll be a couple of talk, and North Carolina goes out early. Because usually what happens is that last team that gets in over the other team either wins or plays well. The other team goes to the NIT disappointed and loses. Nobody ever talks about it again, except that fan base. Now, what I want to say is, besides all that, besides the fact they won't be taking a public flogging like the playoff committee in football will, for me at least, forever, for Ward Manuel. But by the way, Hale McGranahan with the tweet of the year last night. Can we get Ward Manuel on to talk about more data points?
More data points.
No. That is amazing. That's vintage Hale. I mean, that's Hale makes me laugh, man. On some of this, it's just kind of matter of fact, but it's hilarious. So if you want to follow Hale on X or Twitter, it's at Hale McGranahan. Don't ask me how to spell his name verbally. I have a hard enough time typing it because I can never remember if there's one or two N's.
Right.
Because my last name is 2 T's. And so the two, you know how my brain works. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I think very strongly that they do need to get the ADs off of all these committees. And look, the AD job has changed through the years. Okay. And now these guys are basically businessmen, politicians, what have you. They're not former coaches anymore. Most of them have experience in things other than athletics. Same with the conference commissioners. They're not sitting there thinking about how good a team is or anything like that over the course of, they're thinking about how they can maximize revenue. The SEC alone, according to an article I read early this morning, the SEC alone, because of 14 teams getting in, that's an extra $26 million coming in the coffers for the schools at the SEC. Not the schools that went. That's for the whole conference, 26 mil. So, and then when you advance, you make more money just like you do in football. So there is a financial factor that comes into play with all of this. And I heard Mike and Jamie talking about the baseball committee and Tanner and all that. And Ray Tanner's a former coach, and I don't think you make any money making the college baseball, the NCAA baseball playoff. Maybe they cover expenses or something. I don't know. But the money is just, and nowadays when everybody needs money, especially North Carolina, that's got to do something about NIL and basketball. They just handed Bill Belichick $20 million. And, oh, by the way, they're planning on building a new arena kind of off campus a little bit and closing the Dean Dome or turning it into whatever,
Right. Mm-hmm.
Man, I was alive when the Dean Dome opened, dog.
Right. Yeah.
I was alive when the Georgia Dome opened during the Olympics in 95, 96.
Yeah, I remember the Georgia Dome's full life.
Gone, dude. Stadiums are like dogs now, though. They don't last as long as us humans. It used to be that they did, but they're not anymore. Nevertheless, I think they need to get these people off the committees. Okay. I just don't get it. I don't even know why you have Bubba Cunningham sitting there, who pretty well known AD, right? Bubba Cunningham sitting there, and one of your bubble teams is North Carolina. You're like, well, he leaves the room.
Yeah.
Sure, he leaves the room.
Right.
I'm sure he does.
Oh, I'm sure.
But-
Yeah, they follow protocol, and he's out of the room. But how many discussions
What
were
about
had
when they go
prior
get
to
drinks and
right? Yeah.
and even if he doesn't say a word, there's a guy that you get to know, and it's his team, and you work with them every day, and so he's like, oh hell, let's just put them in. They're North Carolina, and that's what they did. I mean, and the reason they can kind of justify it is these stupid metrics that I despise, because it's about playing pretty and not about, same thing with pretty record in football and efficiency and all that. I understand that's predictive of success, and I understand all that. And I think maybe if you want to make it 5% of the decision, that's fine. It should never be a tiebreaker, because different teams win in different ways. And the object of the game is to freaking win the game. And I hope that's still around in sports, because I'm going to stop watching sports if the metrics and numbers and NBA throw it to this one spot on the floor and jack up a three because he makes it. In baseball, let's shift the damn infield all the way over to this side. I know they don't have it in the pros anymore. I mean, come on, man. I mean, technology is getting to the point with AI and all that, Phil, where you're going to be able to have a pretty stout predictions engine.
Yeah,
but that takes the fun out of the game.
Yeah, individually matched up now with the power of AI and analytics and all of that. And it's like, there's a lot to be said for your gut, right, when it comes to making coaching decisions. And I think where we see is a fine balance of using the analytics versus just allowing the analytics to be your playbook. And I think the ones that balance that well are the ones we see who have success. Like, I like the whole, it's better to go for it on fourth down in these situations, right? Where traditionally maybe you punt or you take a field goal. Like, I love that, especially at the NFL level. It's like, listen, you can't go out and get a yard. You're the best. You're one of the best 32 people to play this position at your individual position. You should be able to get a damn yard or two or three, So I like some of it, but I'm with you. Like, you can't let that dictate the entire flow of the game. And I think it's creeping in. The NBA is a good example. Everybody points to baseball. The NBA is where it really is just wrecked the way the presentation is.
I know. I think of college basketball, because you have these writers that advise the NCAA on, the Andy Katzes of the world. I'm not blaming him individually, but you have a group of the basketball media cabal that they love. They're like Matt Anderson, and I love Matt Anderson. But they love Ken Palm and Torvik and dude, the fact that ESPN, anything that they do is part of the metrics. What they include, there's some like poisonous lead in their cake, dude, when they bake it up. I mean, because they include their recruiting rankings into their.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, and I'm like,
bake it into the formula or whatever.
That can't. Anyway,
I know.
This is the most likely to succeed in high school award again. Creeping up, but right. I there are people that love that, and that's why it matters. But I think in college basketball, it's fine to have that in there, but you also have to maybe use it not to break a tie, maybe, but. I look at Indiana's resume with 4 quad one. I mean, I look at all the quad one wins. You look at North Carolina 1-12, and then a quad 3. And I'm sorry, they didn't. Other than the fact they're North Carolina, they didn't deserve to get in.
No, it was like I heard somebody trying to justify it yesterday. It was like, well, yeah, they are 1-12 in quad 1 games, but look, they're like 22-1, I think, in everything else. It was like, well, so.
They almost lost.
Who do you think is in the tournament? The quad 3 and 4 teams, or is it going to be the quad 1 and 2?
And they left Texas out with like 6 or 7 quad 1 wins.
Right. Yes.
I mean, and I'm not saying quad 1 wins are all that matters, but like Mike and Jamie were talking earlier, if South Carolina had been in this situation, there's no way they wouldn't have even been on the bubble.
No. Yeah.
They would have been like
your next 4
4 out.
Yeah.
Maybe. There's no chance.
Not a.
I mean, they were kept out of the tournament one year. This is when I realized that the ADs need to get off the committee, because the AD at Oklahoma, Castiglione, they let Tulsa in, a team Carolina had beaten, because they didn't have quad one then either. They decided arbitrarily that year it was top 50. And every good team Carolina had beaten went right below the top 50. Carolina had one top 50 win that was at A&M, which, by the way, was a good win. A lot of top 60 wins, top 70 wins. And then Tulsa had a magically enough 3, and so they put Tulsa in. Carolina had beaten them head-to-head on a neutral site and all this other stuff, and had 24 wins in the SEC. So, I don't know. We need to get the ADs out of it. I don't think North Carolina belonged in, and I feel really bad for West Virginia fans. First year of the head coach, replacing Bobby Huggins, who's probably celebrating St. Patrick's Day in style today somewhere. I don't know. I think I agree with John Rothstein. He says the biggest travesty ever. So, and then, by the way, Bruin in the Nana Sports chat box says West Virginia is going to sue them. Oh, hell, why not? That's not what we do now in sports, right? Just sue them.
Right. Yep.
File an injunction. Man, wouldn't it be crazy if they filed an injunction?
They couldn't play in the first round. Like, they have to delay that game.
Jeez. What a crazy
That would be
bunch of
wild.
stuff. All right, we were talking earlier about the Ernie.com March Madness tournament. Go to Ernie.com, register for free, choose South Carolina Gamecocks as your team, and fill out your bracket. It's all free, but go to Ernie.com and do that. It really helps us out. Also, we can win a pizza party, Phil.
That's right.
It's like
with a trophy.
Like the L3. It's like it's like when you sell the most wrapping paper, your classroom gets a pizza party. We get a party. But anyway, that's good. Also, Krager's got a ITG bracket on ESPN.com. I'm hoping he'll put it in the Nana Sports chat box soon for all of you ITGers that want to just play amongst ourselves. That one we're going to be talking about here. We're going to talk a little smack. Nat's going to join. I hope Dina joins.
Oh, yeah.
One on the ITG on ESPN. So do that. Don't forget the cut.com thing. But Ernie.com, that's those guys are really good guys, and I'm excited about seeing what this fan base can do competing with other fan bases. We will be competing with nobody here as we get to a break. Next 30 minutes, first hour of the show on a Monday rolls on. We're going to talk other things coming up after this.
Oh, man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. We are joined now by Jacob Ottinger. Soft G, hard G.
Yeah, Jacob Ottinger is fine.
Jacob Ottinger with Ernie.com here to kind of tell us all about Ernie and the March Madness tourney that, like we said, we are all playing together as South Carolina fans and an opportunity to win the Ernie Cup and, like JC mentioned, a pizza party, although we may make that look a little different than pizza and soda. One would hope. And only the way that we can. But Jacob, man, glad to have you. And looking forward to what should be a very interesting March Madness. But what do we all need to know about Ernie, man?
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me on. Ernie's very unique in that we have the first ever interscholastic bracket competition. Many sites have person v person. Here we kind of kick it up a notch and do school against school, trying to really get those rivalries going. Right now we have the Ernie Cup in Charlottesville at their biggest bar on campus. And it's a lot of fun. The students love to drink out of the cup, chug it, take pictures with it. So it's just really good time. And, I was fortunate to go around to a bunch of different schools this season and, bring the Ernie Cup. It's like the Stanley Cup, you win it and then you bring it with you, you drink out of it, you have fun with it.
Oh my, yeah.
So,
all right.
Virginia won it last year, the Who's. Carolina's got a little history with them in basketball, a little bit from the ACC days. They won an NIT game up there one year, and then Frank Martin's team beat them when they were the defending champs. So tell us how it's been going so far. I mean, this thing's been out there for a little while. Selection Sunday yesterday. Any idea as to the response so far from the different schools? Like, tell us who's winning.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten a great response. We have people from West Virginia signing up. I think they're fired up.
They're pissed off, man.
They are pissed off. What was supposed to be a very uneventful day for them ended up being pretty remarkable. I saw it was the first time, they aggregate all these bracket projection sites. They were unanimous to be in. It was the first time that it happened. So they've been upset. We got, North Carolina fans are coming in. They're excited. They have to feel like they just got a second chance. They just feel like it was, they got a new lease on life. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I mean, I heard you talking about it.
I don't know. I think when you do a binary discussion with West Virginia and North Carolina, I think West Virginia wins. Indiana and some of these other teams, I mean, I think Indiana had the stronger resume, but I think it's more of a discussion than West Virginia, which had a really good year under a first-year head coach. And, I just, the whole selection thing, Jacob, to me is get the athletic directors and the people that represent they get paid to make money for the schools they work for. Get them off, get the money out of it. Because even if nothing improper is going on and everybody in the room, for whatever reason, was sniffing glue and thought North Carolina was better, or they paid too much attention to metrics and not enough to the sport of basketball, and because it's the only plausible explanations. Mm-hmm. Still, you have the AD sitting there as the chair of the committee. It's going to give the perception of impropriety, would it not?
Yeah, it's like the issue they had back with the Olympic figure skating. The Russian judge comes out with a 10, and no one knows where that came out from. I'm looking at, one of their explanations. They're talking about this analytics, Torvik. Every year they have these new I don't know, now, they obviously split into the quad system. Now they have Torvik, they have net. They're drawing from so many things that if you want a conclusion that kind of confirms your bias, you can find one. I'm looking at this guy. His name's Bart, the guy who invented the Torvik. He's got, looking at his Twitter, he's got a, tweet talking about, Trump going to the bathroom. It just, it just seems like anyone can make their own analytics and just become what the committee makes their decision off of. So you really can crunch the numbers a million different ways and say, oh, hey, look, North Carolina is in. I don't believe it all. He said, okay, I'm going to leave the room for 15 minutes. You guys vote. I won't be in there, but
You're right.
Hey, I won't be angry if you don't select my school. But I'll be back in 10 minutes. That doesn't work, right?
Yeah, I mean, in or out, who just walked out the door, right? I mean, and what it means and how much money could potentially be on the line just for even losing in the first round. That now you've locked out West Virginia, who also could use that, tournament money. So yeah, I don't know. It's irritating that anybody with any power and influence over these committees would be it would be suitable for them to be administrative level people at their member institutions. Just ridiculous. But that's all right. But that's interesting that you're seeing like a bump in West Virginia folks. Are they just, at least getting in on the bracket challenge for Ernie? Like,
yeah,
why care at that point? I mean, I know we're playing and our team, but we weren't anywhere near the bubble. Like we weren't even blowing bubbles over there to mimic that. So who knows?
They say after a breakup, the best thing to do is move on, find someone else. I think, they just have a lot of, energy, angry energy, and they want to beat someone in a competition. And, we have the Ernie attorneys, a great opportunity to win. And, it's one of the reasons, like, I started playing fantasy football. I was a Washington football fan. They were terrible my entire life. I said, screw this. I'm going to try to win on my own. I'm going to make my own squad. So I think it's that sort of mentality. And, we've also gotten responses from all the SEC schools. Only 2 of them didn't make the tournament. I know.
Yeah.
It's just,
South Carolina was one of those that did not make it, but I'm sure we've got a good response so far there from this fan base. They tend to like to play things like that. So Phil's also a Washington football.
I am, yeah. Although I'm old enough to remember when they were good, so that makes me even more angry. And it took so long to hopefully get back.
So who do you like as a bracket buster, Jacob? After your analysis of the brackets, who could surprise? Who do you think may go to the Final Four? Give us your breakdown of the tournament. Was a surprise and a favorite from you?
Yeah. I've been up almost all night looking at the bracket. It's like if you've seen that Frank Caliendo impression, he says, I've been up 96 straight hours. And that's why I truly believe. So I've been there studying. I think the most underseeded teams, unfortunately, are going to be those 8-9 teams. So I look at a team like Louisville, who I think, ends up looking like a top 12 team as an 8 seed. They're playing at home, by the way, pretty much.
Yeah.
I understand it's where Kentucky plays. But
it's about 48 minutes if you go fast. I've made that's the way. I've made that drive down that interstate from Louisville to Lexington many times, and it's nothing. It's not absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I mean, so I think if they are able to get by Auburn, I think they can make some noise. I think they're a really good team. And then a team like Gonzaga, I think is very underrated. They were given, again, an 8. Houston, great team. We've seen them underperform in the past relative to what they should do. I think Gonzaga is another team. If they can make that 8-1 upset, I think they could end up making a run. And then in the first round, everyone seems very popular going with Colorado State. They're on a crazy run. That shooting is very lethal. And when they get hot, there are very few teams that I think can hang with them.
I agree with you there. I like Colorado State quite a bit. They did disappoint me a couple of years ago. They were a 6. They played Michigan, it was an 11, and Michigan beat them. Michigan, I think, went all the way to the Elite 8 that year. You make a great point about the 8-9 games, and that's something I noticed. And this is a criticism of mine, just in terms of if you're trying to give your number 1 seeds the matchup. You have to use some common sense. Again, this is where analytics, I think, ruins things. Auburn really should not have to play Louisville or Creighton in the second round. Duke should not have to play Mississippi State or Baylor. I just mentioned Baylor and Louisville, 2 schools that have won national championships within the last 10, 15 years. Look at the other 8-9 games, Gonzaga and Georgia. You're telling me Houston, that's not a trap for Houston, who struggles in the tournament more than they do in the regular season anyway, to have to play the Zags, who, by the way, were 8th in the net ranking. Yet they got, because they're using more than the net this year, and they're the 8th seed. Whereas, you kind of look at the 7-10 UCLA, Utah State, that felt more like an 8-9. Oh, and by the way, Florida is the number 1 seed out west, but they got to play the winner of UConn, the 2-time defending national champ, or Oklahoma, who is in their league. So I'm with you. The 8-9s baffled me. I was like, what are you? Now usually those 1 versus 8 or 9 games are pretty good games. The one usually wins, but they're usually pretty good games. But I got it there. So who do you think's the best team? Who's your favorite to win it, Jacob? And then I'm going to ask you about the team I've adopted.
I would say, I never want to say Duke. I think Florida is the most complete team. They're just incredible. Defensively, they can run on the fast break. And then a team like Michigan State, I think, has a really good draw. That's a really physical team. They play hard. I know everyone talks about, Izzo in March. It's a little hyped, but I think Michigan State's got a really good draw. I think they, for sure, are almost an Elite 8 lock. And so I think that's a team that could probably make some noise. So I'm thinking Florida, Michigan State.
Oh, I like that.
That was
Michigan
the
State's one that I've kind of got my finger on, at least, or eye on right
Sparty.
now.
That was actually the national championship matchup in 2000. When Michigan State won it. That was Billy Donovan at Florida's third, fourth, fifth team. That was his first really good team. And then, of course, he ended up winning 2 straight. But, the Gators were like a 4 seed, and they got in the tournament, got hot, went all the way. That in 1999, the Gators have had approximately 3 years of had approximately 10 years of basketball success ever. They went to a Final Four in 94 under Lon Kruger. And then, so they're kind of still like excited about it, although it was like a miracle to them. And then, of course, later they became a powerhouse, and now it looks like they're back. That's interesting. What about St. John's? Tell me, because that's my adopted team. I'm picking, I want them to, I picked them in my bracket. I've got the Johnnies. I've always been intrigued because we all know New York City is the mecca of college basketball, and Madison Square Garden is a historic arena. I've never been there for a basketball game. I have been there. It's always better, I think, when the New York teams are good at basketball. St. John's hasn't been that good in a while, but the Godfather has them winning. Tell me your take on St. John's.
It's been incredible to watch Pitino, right? I think in those net rankings, you got St. John's as a top 6 team. They can certainly hang with anyone. We'll see what their offense looks like, but hey, boy, are they an exciting team. I don't see anything wrong with picking St. John's.
Yeah, the Big East has won 4 out of the last 8 national championships too. Villanova twice, I think, and Connecticut twice. All right, man. Well, that was a great conversation. Please keep us updated on Ernie and the quest for the Ernie Cup. A lot of folks are excited about it here in South Carolina, and certainly looking forward to following the coverage and having you on again sometime soon, Jacob.
Yeah, we're excited to give out our $5,000 to whoever wins, and we're excited to deliver the cup to the school. I'm a few years removed from college, but I love going back to the bars and having a good time, and it makes me feel much younger than I am.
I agree.
If not, but for an hour or two.
I agree with you there, my friend. That's what it's all about. That's
why
I
ain't as good as I once was. I'm as good once as I ever was.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Right. All right, man. Thanks, Jacob. Appreciate you.
It. Thanks, Jacob.
Jacob Ottinger from Ernie Sports. Be sure to go to Ernie.com, fill out your bracket, register, fill out your bracket, pick Gamecocks, pick the bracket. You can win $5,000. In South Carolina's end of things, the best Gamecock bracket. That means the one of you out there. It's not quite $5,000, but it's better than $5,000. It's an IOU. I'm just kidding. But you get some memorabilia. You get or gear, not memorabilia. You get some gear. You get $100. You get a gift certificate. From us, Chief Sports, inside the Gamecocks, for winning the Gamecock bracket. But yeah, and all right, so Phil, the women's committee, I thought did a terrible job.
Yeah.
Not just, and I mentioned this on coffee this morning. I'm gonna mention it again. All right, so Carolina wasn't the number 1 overall, even though in the women's side, it kind of is what it is.
Right.
You could go straight by the net and usually be pretty accurate. UConn had no business being a 2 seed. I thought that sucked. I know the Big East is kind of weak in women's basketball, but so Carolina's not the number 1, right? And Dawn Staley's right. They deserved it. And I appreciate her competitive spirit. And you want to win everything, right? You want to be the number 1 overall seed.
Yeah.
What I didn't like about it, though, is they didn't think about anything. And I think, we're not used to this around here at South Carolina. But we're almost towards a decade of South Carolina being a dominant women's basketball program.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that was SEC championship number 9 that we just got off of, right? I think with that comes some jealousy. And I think in the women's game, there's a lot of pettiness, a lot of pettiness in the media that covers it, a lot of pettiness with the people that matter in the sport in particular. Dare I say, in women's basketball, not just at the college level, there is. If you look at how Caitlin Clark was treated in the WNBA this year, with some horrible things said about her and the reasons why people like to watch her bomb 3-pointers from 35 feet out. And I'm not saying it's a big problem, but I'm saying the metrics weren't even close. I mean, all they did was the head-to-head, and in basketball, head-to-head hadn't really been a big thing. I mean, and they, plus if that game was in November, right? Or UCLA.
Well, that's the thing is, it was the opening game of the season. And one of your big, like, that game shouldn't count against you. I guess if you did have to fall back on something, you'd be like, well, they won the head-to-head. But
they weren't close, though.
No.
I mean, Carolina
these
not
two
only
teams don't look near like what they did in that game, right? Especially Carolina, who has evolved and gelled and looks like a much more complete team now than they did then. I don't know. Maybe just, the women's game is enamored of a big, big man, big woman. Big woman sounds bad to me. Big man, I know, is wrong because they're not men. But, they have a giant post player. as compared to some of the other teams.
Just looking at the net, they're fourth. UConn's first, right? In the net, didn't even get a number 1 seed. I wonder
couldn't
how
even
often
sniff
that's
the top line. That doesn't make
I don't
any
even know
sense.
how that happens. Southern Cal is 6th in the net. South Carolina played 19 quad 1 games. 19. Now you say what hurt UConn was they only played 8, but they had probably the best win out of any of these teams, beating Carolina like they did. I think there's just a lot of jealousy about South Carolina women's basketball and Dawn. They're going to say all the right things publicly about what a legend she is and all that good stuff, and blah blah blah. But you can see it in the rankings too, dude, from the media.
Oh yeah,
the AP, like they were quick to drop them.
Oh,
and then would not let them move back up. Until Southern Cal beat UCLA twice. And so that's all well and good. That's Gamecock conspiracy theory, which may end up being true, because I just don't know what more this program has to accomplish before it gets the respect it deserves. And it just looks like they're always quick to, whenever something inevitably does go wrong, like a loss, they're just they're done. I mean, they weren't ranked they're consistently underranked in the preseason. It's garbage, really. And all they, last year, all they could talk about was Caitlin Clark, and rightfully so. I mean, I sound like a hypocrite there a little bit, but it was like Carolina had no chance, in that one. But
I know, and it's interesting. Like the media, I'm sure, has built up this, just distaste for and just boredom of Dawn Staley and her program. The problem with that is that you don't get that from the fans as much because of the fact that women's basketball is a growing sport, right? Yeah. So what will attract more people to this sport is having that kind of consistency within the actual sport itself that people can get on with and have fun with and join on, that aren't necessarily affiliated or tied to these, schools. And you need an outspoken, character in this and personality, which is what you get with Dawn Staley. So it's like, from a building the game perspective, you should be giving her all of the flowers, right? Because she's like doing it. And at the other side of it, I guess the media could kind of get burnt out on it a little bit, because here again, we got another South Carolina team who's just running, crazy. And given an opportunity when the powers that be in certain sports can kind of crap on a big brand, even to such an extent as to only move them down one line, they're going to take it. I mean, I think it's one of the reasons why we didn't see but 3 SEC teams in the college football playoff, right? Because at that point, everybody's tired of hearing about how good the SEC is. And, sure, I guess from a national perspective, when your conferences keep, running up against them and coming up short, you get tired of seeing that and hearing it. But it doesn't change the reality just because you don't want it to be your reality.
I'm with you there, and I think it's done a lot. I also think it's this, Phil. I think it's the concept of individual basketball versus team basketball. South Carolina's players, no matter how good they are, they don't all you don't have like a somebody averaging 25 a game.
Yeah.
And I think in basketball in general, we've moved to that a little bit, especially if you're a neutral arbiter, which is the media doesn't care about what team wins. And so you gravitate more towards individual players. And you mentioned the big girl that UCLA has, and so they're and the media does influence, I think. I mean, they're not supposed to, but these committees that are made up of administrators and people who are kind of, I don't know, believe whatever you want to hear kind of things. I mean, or believe what so who was on all right, Nina King the athletic director at Duke, was the chair. Iowa's athletic director was the vice chair. Northwestern's deputy assistant athletic director, the AD at Milwaukee, the AD at Northwestern State, the AD at Tennessee Martin, the deputy AD at Oregon, the deputy AD at Arkansas, deputy AD at New Mexico, the deputy AD at Kansas State, and the senior women's athletic director at Villanova. There wasn't a single, besides Arkansas, not a single SEC voice in the room. And the women's league was much better this year, much deeper and better than last year.
Right.
So that's crazy. Yeah. So, again, enter the Ernie.com bracket for us. And then Krager's bracket link has just been put in the Nana Sports chat box. And that's one we'll talk about here amongst ourselves through ESPN with just us fellas and gals here on ITG. And I hope my wife enters it soon. Yeah, the NIT thing, like I said earlier, I think there's a lot of reasons for it. I was kind of ambivalent as far as that goes, but lots to be pissed off about these committees and stuff. But we're going to change gears and talk about some other stuff. Football, spring football practice is coming up. Pro Day is tomorrow. We're going to play a game on football. We're going to talk some football. Also, are you tired of hearing in this league, ... you have to do this? I kind of am over it with the admission that the SEC is brutally tough. I'm just tired of hearing it. All right. I tell you what, you're not tired of hearing. That's the sound of an electric bike. If you bought one from Electric Bikes of Charleston, a proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show, please, please, please patronize Electric Bikes of Charleston. My mother bought an electric bike, and I forgot to tell her to go to Charleston. I've regretted it ever since, although she loves hers, and they have a lot of outstanding brands. They're all the rave. I may go buy one myself in Charleston next time I'm in there and ride it all the way home. Just kidding. But check out Electric Bikes of Charleston. Charleston Fitness Equipment also is a proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks, The Morning Show, The Show, Chief Sports, all that. They give to NIL. They're really good people. So Electric Bikes of Charleston. We'll be back with the final hour of ITG, The Show, on a Monday.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
This is Lenore Sullivan from Gamecock Football, and you listen to the show with JC, JB, and Phil.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks The Show, second hour of the show to open up the week on a Monday. Happy St. Patrick's Day to all of those who celebrate, and happy, Alka-Seltzers and an aspirin to those of you who already celebrated. I did not. I was like you, JC. I didn't get out there and mix it up on St. Patty's. My wife did a little bit, but I was very proud of her. Very exercised a bit of restraint. It was nice. Nothing crazy. No calls from any public officials or anything like that to the Mullinax household, which is always a good day. But talking over the committees, we got Beamer is speaking, I think, right now. At least, yeah, he has been for 30 minutes. Not sure what's coming out of there. Anything? You got anything? Coming out of the Beamer presser here, JC?
They're waiting for Rasul Faison to be cleared. The NCAA.
Not the school.
No,
Okay.
it's the Diego Pavia rule. So they have to. They're going to have to approve him, but I guess there's some paperwork they have to get done. He'll be fine, but it just hadn't happened yet because those people in Indianapolis are on their own time, and that's been a problem, and that's probably why everybody hates them. If you're a member institution, you're tired of waiting. Or a coach or a player, and they just have you by the gonads, and they just they don't care. They don't have any sense of anything. This should be look at the paperwork, look at the situation, yes or no. Okay, he's cleared or he's not. But it's just like everything else in higher education, government, whatever these days. You have to have a committee meeting and then a meeting and then a vote and then get everybody's opinion on stuff that's common sense. And that's why they get their ass beat in court every single time. That's why they're in the situation they're in where everything's falling apart, is because they operate this way. It's stupid.
Yeah.
I don't understand it at all. This kid's been there since January. He should have already, it's the Pavia thing.
Yep. Yeah.
And Beamer goes on to say they expect good news relatively soon. So,
but he can't participate in any organized team activities until that time, right?
It's practice. He can work out all
he can work out. Yeah, but not like practice.
Practice. So,
jeez. But that's
talking about practice.
Oh my goodness.
Darius Gray is on campus for an unofficial visit today. The 4-star offensive lineman from Virginia. Gamecocks have had, I believe, the lead for him at various points. He's kind of a window guy that I think may have, maybe a little more open. Then on Friday, Kari Adams from the 4-star corner from Loyola Blakefield in Towson, Maryland. Offers from all over the country, 6'2", 175. He is supposed to visit South Carolina this Friday. With Michael Smith, it's an injury situation, was told about that. Remember, he was banged up at the end of last year. Brubaker, not sure what the deal is with him. Thank you to Kreger and the Nana Sports chat box for relaying that to us. Our guys, I guess, aren't doing press conference updates, which I don't. There we go. There's Whittle. Whittle got it. There we go. Whittle comes through. Woohoo! But so I'm rolling through there. Caleb Williams is not injured and won't go through spring practice. Freshman D tackle. Damola Ajadun, who's a freshman offensive tackle from Georgia Tech. So we'll see what happens there. Talks about special teams. First time in his coaching career, Phil. He says he's replaced the snapper, the holder, the kickers. Oh my God. Don't. I'm going to have crazy. You got to unmute yourself, buddy. I'm going to have a lot of sleepless nights over the special teams thing between.
I have been keeping it to myself as of now, but
I don't even
very concerned. Concerned.
I said the other day, I wasn't even going to talk about it because it's one of those things like putting or free throw shooting. You're like, it'll work out. During the Spurrier era, guess what? Like a lot of things in that era, during that era, a lot of things during Steve Spurrier's coaching career, it just worked out. It always does. Always seemed to, because Carolina, everybody's worried about replacing Ryan Suckup, and I think Lanning Spencer Lanning was his replacement. He was the punter. Everybody's like, oh my God, Spencer Lanning was just as consistent and good as Suckup was. So who knows? Suckup kicked in the NFL for a long, long time, and Spurrier always had pretty good kickers.
Though, was that we just promoted a guy in that kind of similar vein, and he was not as productive as the guy before him.
Yeah. And look, had this been 10 years ago, nobody would have been complaining about Herrera, and I didn't get it either, because I guess I was arguing someday on the show, and the folks in the chat box, Krager and company, mentioned that, hey, there's other kickers are making 50-yarders pretty consistently around college football now. I'm like, well, that should change. I didn't know that. And my dumb butt didn't go look for it. But I looked, and sure enough, yeah, there's guys drilling them. And so Carolina was at a disadvantage because Herrera's range was not as good. I still think he made some good kicks, and there are some misses that he'd probably like to have back. Bowl game being one, Ole Miss being one.
Yeah.
But within his range, he's pretty solid. I mean, dude, he nailed the one at Clemson late, right? So I think
he had moments that, came through in a clutch, and then others that just didn't. I mean, I like the whole 10 years ago thing, though. It was like, it wouldn't have been that big a deal. Right?
Yeah. But everybody would have missed them. So it's just weird. So, yeah, I don't want to think about that right now, but that's your list of guys that won't be going through spring practice, that have got some injuries or whatever. So we'll see what happens. Not a bad list. Hey, everybody freaked out a couple of years ago where it was like they rolled out the first day of spring ball and had about 15 guys
right
that were sitting, nursing injuries and stuff, and everybody flipped out. I think the team ended up being pretty. All those guys came back, obviously, but the first day, you have that. But that's not a too shabby of a list at all. And this is a younger team this year, Phil, than last year.
Yeah.
Just overall, and they're going to count on some young-ish guys and young guys in key spots. And so they need all the reps they can get. Not that last year's team didn't need practice, because you're coming off 5-7. You need practice. You need practice. But we'll see what happens. We had some Nick Harbor discussion in the Nana Sports chat box. Cam says Nick Harbor is skipping track entirely, it appears, not just the indoor season. That's good to hear. I thought I'd said that before. I don't know. I've just always said he's going to be focused on football this spring.
Yeah.
And Tiffany adds, it's a potential money year for Harbor. Man, if we're talking about Nick Harbor going pro after next season, wee.
Yeah, listen, that
gets me
all
that makes me forget about the kicking situation.
That's right. Yeah, listen.
Wee. That would be good. But yeah, hey, look, it's pretty solid. So that's that there. Blah blah blah. We got the ITG challenge. Here we go. Yeah, catching up on the Nana Sports chat box here. Fred says, in women's basketball, South Carolina shared the regular season championship and won the tournament. UCLA only won the conference tournament. And Carolina won the coin flip, Frederick.
That's right.
Don't forget that, my man.
For number 1 seed.
But, I thought it was crap. I was like, because UCLA sort of faded. They lost twice to their rival. I didn't finish my thought on this in the first hour. Let's back up 1 second and let me just finish this.
Yeah.
They did themselves no favors by thinking ahead. I got off track because they don't think ahead. By thinking ahead, you have South Carolina and a potential fourth time for South Carolina to play Texas on one side, and a potential fourth time for Southern California to play UCLA on the other. Big Ten, SEC. It sounds weird saying Big Ten for UCLA and SC. Now, look. I don't understand it. Maybe they did consider it, and they're like, well, ratings for the Battle of Los Angeles are going to be high, but wouldn't you want to spread that out? I mean, I just don't. I'm like, who in the hell wants to watch? I mean, this is not the NBA.
Yeah. This is also one of the drawbacks of having a far west destination in Spokane, Washington, and a southeast destination in Birmingham to play the next rounds, right? Like I think Spokane, I get it. You're trying to throw a bone to West Coast schools. That's fine. But you know what? It'd be a lot easier for everyone else if it were in, I don't know, even hell, Vegas, or, which could definitely hold something like that. Or even, I don't know, Denver or somewhere like, Spokane just seems like way out of the way.
It's nowhere near LA.
No, right. It's not anywhere near anybody.
It's like, be like a team from Atlanta or Savannah being like, all right, we're going to go play in Maine. That's close.
Right.
It does seem, it does seem quicker when you traveled north, south in our country versus when you go west.
Then east, west. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, which is, I've spoken. And look, 9/11 was 20 something years ago. You have conferences that are making teams crisscross the country consistently.
Right.
These days, the Big Ten. This whole let's keep them close to home for safety or whatever, because that was the whole thing. No, that you need to get off that. I am thankful South Carolina got sent to Greenville a couple of years ago. I'm convinced it's a makeup call for leaving them out the year before and texting them and telling them they were in, and then psych.
Yeah,
you remember psych?
Wrong USC. Psych.
So anyway, but that's what's up. I'm like, why would you have? I mean, I don't know. Why would you want Texas and Carolina to play for a fourth time and then the LA schools? Why not mix it up, man?
I feel like what they were going for there is it was like, well, we have to, if we want it to be optimal, then we're going to get one of these two California schools versus South Carolina or Texas again. And the only way to really guarantee that, is to have both the California schools and both the SEC schools on their respective sides of the brackets. But I'm with you. I mean, I don't want to see that game again. It just, I really would. I mean, I think you got to favor Carolina in it because it looked like they found the mix. They've beaten them 2 out of 3 times. One of them was a fairly close affair away when Carolina just couldn't close the deal. And I don't know. I think, between that and UConn getting the Western seed as well, which is kind of strange. Because they play 2 rounds at the home locations, and then the Sweet 16 goes to the regional location.
Yeah, Instead of like in the men's game where you have 4 Sweet 16 locations, you only have 2, which I don't like.
No,
and they did this a couple of years ago, and then the sport kind of grew.
Mm-hmm.
They need to get back to 4, I think. Hey, guess what, NCAA morons? You don't have to set these until because what they used to do is they'd say, well, who's good? Well, South Carolina's good. Well, let's do one in Greenville. Okay. Well, Tennessee's good. Well, let's do one in Raleigh or hell, we'll just have it in Knoxville. They did, or Nashville. They did, or Lexington, which is right up the road. Well, you don't have to set those sites 4 years in advance.
No,
you could do it about 14 months out. You can you're not going to be able to predict what cluster of teams are going to be good if that's how you're going to do it. Right. I mean, but there's not a damn single one good women's basketball pro in Spokane. I mean, Birmingham.
I'm not sure how Wazoo and Washington are this year,
I don't understand the thinking sometimes. I'm like, if you're just going to assign random city X, do 4. Spread the love. Spread the love.
Either do 4 or just play them all at the championship site.
All right, back to football.
Yeah,
right. Women's basketball. I will throw one more thing in about women's sports. Congratulations to Ashley Chastain and her softball team for winning an SEC series this past weekend. Yay!
Yep, won their first series at home.
Snapped a 4-game losing streak.
Yeah, it was nice. 2 in a row
beat
there.
Georgia. I always want to beat Georgia in any sport, so that's good.
Oh, yeah.
Shane Beamer on the spring game from the press conference. There are a multitude of reasons for that. I understand why some coaches don't. Not having a spring game is not going to prevent teams from tampering with players. Amen. And then here's the point. Teams don't need to watch the spring game to know who the good players are. They don't. That's the stupidest thing ever. And if they do, they're dumb. There are a lot of benefits to doing the spring game, Beamer says. The fans, thank you for mentioning people that pay all these salaries these days. And the reason the sport's worth $1 billion and billions of dollars is because of the fans. Thanks for caring about the foundation of your whole operation. And Shane does, and Shane's good. Shane is a fan of the sport himself, all sports, really. Beamer showed up to a beach volleyball game yesterday. I was tweeting about it. That dude loves sports. I can appreciate that.
That's right. That's right.
I can. I mean, and he gets
competition.
He gets it. Spring game is a huge recruiting tool for South Carolina. It's the closest they can get to a preseason football game, and players want to compete. So there we go. I
like it. It's absolutely. He's correct, and good for him on being one of the more, objective and collected voices. Right. Yeah. That in this debate where you're just not, I mean, there's a certain level of paranoia that does all head football coaches good. Right. But if you're going extreme saying that your spring game is going to cause tampering, then you got bigger issues. Because trust me, the ones they want, they've already seen. And more than likely have already started the process.
And I'll be honest, it's going to be interesting, Phil, to see how, like what I mentioned about basketball, about the new, the deadline.
Yeah,
which
was timetable up on
I mean, so the second portal period, you're not going to be able to front load deals. Now, that's not to say that some football programs may not be in the process of front loading even more deals for what they got in portal when returning players, first portal when guys that are already there. I mean, you can go renegotiate, and then so it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. But football's football. Football's going to have a big chunk of change anyway.
Right.
Basketball, if you just do the rev share, many places it'll be cut in half. Though I will tell you this. I found out from a little birdie. What is Florida's NIL budget for this year for that team they put together? Phil, what would you think?
On basketball?
Yeah.
$7 million.
4.1. Which is about 10th, 11th in the league.
Yeah.
So, but clearly they were very talented and clearly they're a very good team. My point of that is, the team spending 6 or 7 million or the Kentuckys and Arkansas of the world, they're not going to be able to do that. Even what Florida spent last year, though, you're still going to have to you're still $1 million short once this really kicks in. I think basketball, though, there may be even more money that's at play because of the shorter window and spin. But we'll see what happens. I think, what I was told over the weekend, Phil, Lamont's going to have a pretty good chunk of change to work with. Makes him very competitive. And I think the key for him, and I'll say this till I'm blue in the face, you have to get players that are fits. I mean, like Jamari Thomas, athletically, he can play in the SEC. There's no question.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's, in certain places, he'd be quite good. He came from Norfolk State late. He just wasn't fit for what they wanted to do. And if he comes back next year, I probably think he would be more of a 2-guard, maybe an emergency at point, and be a Vinny Microwave Johnson type of guy. That would be what I think, kind of a pick me up. But nevertheless, back to football. That's what I was glad to hear Beamer say that. And and everybody looks forward to the spring game, and I think I think what Matt Rule did is more of like a protest. some people do that sometimes. It's kind of, some people have that kind of personality. I'm upset about something, so I'm going to burn everything to the ground to make my point.
Right.
And I mean, Nebraska fans, I think right now, oh, well, you mean to tell me we can win? We will win. You know, we're going to win if we, you know, don't have a spring game. Great. So he's really, you know, he's really helping us. You know, Matt Rule, you know, second year got us back to a bowl. Now, third year we're going to be the Huskers again. But you know, you wait and see if he doesn't win, then not just win, but win relatively big. They're going to be like, we want a spring game, dude.
Yeah, that's right. Listen,
you're a moron.
Yeah. Why were you rocking the boat like that? At least you had an opportunity to get these guys out there playing each other in an environment like, you know, I mean, it's it could go, that could backfire on you in a heartbeat, just like any decision. But that one, because it's really, you're rocking the traditional boat of what your program does. So, I mean, and for what? For what? For what?
Coaches in general, though, I think at the end of the day, they're paranoid. They're worried about injuries, that kind of thing. So,
yeah.
By the way, I just saw Jermaine Cousinard's 40 points against the Gamecocks last year, which was a delicious piece of, or undelicious piece of ironic beef, if you will. That performance was the 6th highest point total scored in an NCAA tournament game since 2000.
Jeez.
Jerry McNamara had 43 in 04, Carson Edwards 42 and 42 and 15, Adrian Payne 41 and 14, Tayshaun Prince 41 and 02, and then Cousinard, and then Steph Curry 7. Oh, right above Steph Curry. So we'll see sort of what happens there. As far as Cam, as far as Brubaker and Smith, Smith is in injury. It's the injury he had from last year. So he's going to miss some at the end of last season. Remember, he had an injury. So that's the deal there. Brubaker likely is injury related as well, but I don't know that for sure. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But on this SEC thing, Phil, I mean, I started thinking about it, and I'm like, because I was like in my mind, and I've had a bad habit of saying it in this league, and I started thinking about it after the baseball game, because I was like, in my untrained eye, I thought Oklahoma was more talented than Carolina, based on watching 3 games of the Sooners play and however many 20-something of the Gamecocks. They had a lot more guys that scared you. Now, I just may be seeing, you know, I may have seen a team that hadn't put it all together in Carolina, you know, until now. So don't take my word for it. But I started thinking, you know, this is like Whittle said earlier on the morning show, this is the middle of the pack. This is not a team that's supposed to contend for the championship or anything like that. And I'm like, wow. And then I started thinking about how, and it kind of pissed me off a little bit. Right. You know, I'm sick of hearing about how, because it's in every sport now.
Yep.
It's in every sport. I'm just sick of hearing about it. Because I think we all know it's going to be tough day in, day out. There used to be, boy, you know, you looked, Phil, and in football, everybody basically is trying, but you did have schools like the Mississippis, Kentucky, Carolina in some years when they don't have things going. You know, Missouri was never supposed to turn into what they've turned into.
No.
When they came in the league. A&M's always been relatively competitive, but they're always 8-4. And then the big guys, the big names would go down. You know, Tennessee went through a 10-year stretch where they weren't worth a flip. So you always had kind of a down to the middle of the league was strong, and then down at the bottom, somebody was down there, you know. There's some team down there that can't beat their ACC rival, or, you know, that you know, are happy to make a bowl. You know, they don't compete against the big guys. And it's just not like that anymore.
No.
And in basketball, we've talked about it. There were years where it was a 3-bid league. There were years where you looked at it, if you got above 60 points in a game, like a team beat another team 70-something, 60-something, that was a good SEC basketball game. It was a rock throwing contest.
Yeah.
It was awful. And that was my whole thing about great athletes, and they were bad basketball players. And they started adding, even when they had a lot of good coaches, and they still do, it took a while to get to this point.
Yeah.
And you add 2 good Big 12 teams to your mix, you're going to be good. Baseball is just absolutely filthy. Because there is nobody Missouri, I guess, is the one team everybody's like, well, they're not that good. And they're basically a cold weather school.
Their geography kind of is limited.
Yeah. So, and I don't feel the least bit sorry for them because they could have hired Tony Vitello,
right?
Tennessee's coach is an alum, and they begged him to hire him. And they
had the money and didn't
do the money lined up, just wouldn't do it. Nah, we'll pass.
Nah. We're good.
That's like a Bobby Crimmins kind of thing.
Yeah.
Not the Bobby Crimmins thing. There's 3 Bobby Crimmins things. The first one was when he was an assistant under McGuire, and they didn't hire him to replace Frank McGuire, which they should have. Although at the time they went for the bright shiny object because they hired Duke's coach Bill Foster, who had taken Duke to a Final Four. That was a big hire. They absolutely won the press conference. You took Duke's coach to come coach South Carolina. Hallelujah. We're so back, right?
Back.
I was a kid, so I don't remember, but the Gamecocks fans, the hardcore guys at the time were like, dude, we're so back, man. We are Bill Foster. And his health went downhill, and he just never got it going. Ended up coaching at Northwestern for a long time, too. Didn't do a thing there. Meanwhile, Bobby Crimmins goes to App State, and then a couple years later, he takes Georgia Tech, and Georgia Tech was god-awful in basketball. Turns them into a national power, mainly through recruiting like Frank McGuire did in New York City. Oh, well, and then you had Bobby Crimmins number 2 where he took it and then went back. And then Bobby Crimmins number 3 where they hired Odom over him. It was actually the Bobby Crimmins trilogy. How about that?
Bobby Crimmins trilogy.
But that's what that kind of reminded me of. I'm like, man, if you're one of the 5 Missouri baseball fans, you're pissed, dude.
You're mad, big mad.
You never, if the guy that, and they didn't hire a Bill Foster or anything either.
No.
If your guy from your school is the guy, you feel like he's got a chance to be a guy, you better hire him because it'll blow up in your face.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Alabama hired Mike DeBose and Mike Shula. Because what if they're good somewhere else? You're going to feel bad.
It's the reason why GMs take quarterbacks in the first round when they shouldn't and reach for those guys. Because it scares the crap out of them that somebody under them will get them and be bad and be able to turn them into something. So you just scare yourself into making a bad pick.
Yeah. Cam Johnson asked if Carolina considered Pat Kelsey. This is from the Nana Sports chat box. I like Lamont, don't get me wrong, but Pat did a hell of a job at College of Charleston prior to heading to Louisville. And at Winthrop. What I was told about him was he had no interest in taking the South Carolina job. He's not from South Carolina, even though he coached at Winthrop and College of Knowledge. He kind of always wanted to go back. Louisville is a top 8 job in America. Now, they got told no by a bunch of folks before they gave it to him, but I think he's going to win a national championship there.
Yeah, well, they just played for an ACC, so I don't know how that turned out. Who won the ACC? Duke?
Pretty sure Duke did.
Yeah.
But yeah. And Cam, the basketball job here is, with every job, football and baseball too. And when women's basketball comes up, and you do have, we always kind of think this is the job, it's going to be great. Go get whoever, right? And Mike says it doesn't work that way. It doesn't matter where you are. Mm-hmm. You're going to have, because these are humans, and it still takes quite a chance. It still takes quite an opportunity to pick your family up from a comfortable situation when you're making millions of dollars. and you know, to move and do that. You know, it has to be, the timing has to be right. But yeah, Cam, it's just one of those things where it's basketball is so much worse of an opportunity that you're going to have certain coaches, if that job comes open, they just don't have any interest at all. So Wayne says, just got on. Please tell me we're not talking about firing Coach Paris. No, nobody is. No. Nobody's talking about that. We were talking about if Pat Kelsey when the job was open, and then how hard it is to fill the job in men's basketball. And there's a number of reasons for that. But yeah, and now one of the reasons is in this league, ... So
please,
I don't know.
I got turned off of that in basketball season because of the ascension there, and it's just like, well, what are you going to do in this league? I'm like, yeah,
I've heard it in football for years,
right?
I'm used to it in that sport, and I'm used to it in baseball too, because SEC's always been great in baseball,
right?
But I mean, it's just sick now, dude. I mean, I watch Oklahoma, and I'm like, man, I'm seriously in baseball. What I don't necessarily. I'm not. Yeah, all right. I know we got to do a break. Yeah. I'm not concerned so much about this team because I know what this team kind of is, and
right.
We'll see. They just need to shoot their shot, keep playing good, keep playing like they played over the weekend. They'll win their share and go to the tournament. I'm highly concerned about the future of the program, and the answer is not, oh, we're South Carolina baseball. Therefore, you know, those days are in the rearview mirror. We're going on about 13 years now. So I don't, and with revenue share coming, I don't know what's going to happen with baseball. It's kind of a mystery to me. And for the first time in my life, Phil, I don't know if over the next decade or so, Carolina's going to return to glory in baseball, or even really have a program that competes year in and year out. And that's not me saying that I'm predicting that. Please don't think that. Right. I wouldn't make that kind of prediction. It's just a thought. And there's a lot of doubt in my mind now about whether this university can get back in baseball. I've said before, you can win at everything, but in that something's got to give.
Yeah.
And I in that sport, there's some concern. I'll just say that right now. It has nothing to do with the coaches or players or hires or winning and losing. It's just kind of like I just have that sense. It doesn't help that on TV you see as many empty seats at Founders Park that you did at the Colonial Life Arena either, because that's psychological.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah, I didn't like that. That look was bad. Or Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm like, there's just. Because it was, we're sold out season ticket allotment, right? Is what we heard preseason. The interest is back. Coach Maneri's here. We've sold out all the season tickets. There's no regular, folding seats left. But every time I turn on the damn TV, there's nothing but folding seats empty. And I'm like, well, that drives me insane. But
I thought Sunday I know they had some weather late and some weather early on Sunday. I thought, well, heck, they got they got off the schneid, so to speak, and won 11-5, and came back after a bad start on Friday. And Gamecock fans will show up for the rubber game. They just didn't. I'm not blaming fans for anything either. I'm just saying that's part of it. When your fans start to erode and the interest starts to die, you just kind of wonder. About it. I don't know. I'm just pondering here, folks. I'm not making any crazy predictions.
No, but you could do a lot of good. Win tomorrow, win tomorrow against the college, and then you can turn this entire narrative around by winning a series on the road at where are we? Arkansas or Alabama? I can't remember. Arkansas. Yeah. Not an easy place to win, but that's not a number one ranked Arkansas team this year. So there you go.
Brad Brunell.
Yeah.
You go to Indiana?
Is he?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a report from a TV station. Oh, these are
a
fun.
TV station.
Oh, it's from the Locked On Hoosiers podcast.
Oh.
Brad Burnell, Indiana coaches search nearly over. You know, he's an Indiana guy. I'd probably leave if I were him.
They've been trying to get rid of you for years.
That's crazy, too.
I know.
That guy could go to a Final Four this year. If they get by Will Wade and McNeese State.
I know, man. That'd be if they get bounced because that's the first round is McNeese, right? Yeah. So, yeah. Will Wade. I like Mike's thoughts on Wade too. It was like it's only a matter of time before he gets back into.
He deserves another.
Yeah, he does.
Strong ass deals. All right, so we will be back after this. A little more football talk today. Brunell thing is kind of interesting. Indiana. Rick Pitino says Chris Beard should take the job. I'm fine with anybody on Carolina's schedule taking the Indiana job.
Oh yeah, anybody.
Look, as we know, coaching hires are like catching lightning in a bottle sometimes. And just because, Ole Miss has Chris Beard, that's great. If they don't have Chris Beard, what are they going to do? We'll be back after these messages.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Hearten Days South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway, April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your
This is Lenore Sully from Gamecock Football, and you listen to the show with JC, JB, and Phil.
are back. Spring football kicks off tomorrow. Shane Beamer just talked about it. Heading into spring at this presser today at 12:30. And as the message board has informed me and John Whittle 32 minutes ago, the press conference was concluded.
Yeah.
So I was looking at things, but we want to talk a little bit about Pro Day is what we've got coming up tomorrow.
Yeah.
Another opportunity for some of these guys to show off their wares, so to speak, to the NFL scouts. As there will probably be multiple representatives from at least almost all the team. I'm sure there's at least one representative from all 32 NFL teams tomorrow, with a couple of multiple. And what was, I think, somebody had said expectations were there's going to be some high profile guys in the building, GMs, head coaches, both for some certain organizations tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's overwhelmingly positive for your program to do that. I want to play a game on that here in a second. Let's play a game.
Let's play a game.
But 25 guys working out for South Carolina at Pro Day. Just want to some other topics that an off-topic thing. So I stumbled on Instagram the other day. Sure, some of you have watched King of the Hill, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes. I mean, Hank. So there's this like conspiracy that Bobby Hill is not Hank's biological son.
Okay, so I saw that, and that's where and that was all the in our little topics notes, right, for today. Is it Bill who they think is the dad?
Bill.
Yeah,
because Bill used to date Peggy. Bobby looks like Bill.
Bobby does favor Bill more.
Favors Bill quite a bit. And then there's been references to it, and then Hank has a narrow urethra,
which might hurt.
Remember he's talking about that?
That's right. Yeah, I mean that was brought up in the very first season.
Well documented that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, fascinating. This Instagram post like it took me 23 years to realize that. So I'm like, oh gosh, dang it, Bobby. You need to go over there and propane accessories.
You don't know who I am, but I know where you live.
I got an NIL newsletter from one of the networks that basically, I don't know if they listen to the show or not, but basically said what I've been saying. Athletics departments are not firing coaches and paying buyouts. They're putting money behind players. And the article smartly pointed out that that's a clearer path to winning when you have players. So, I think the days of firing coaches after one bad year are over. I think you're going to have maybe 3 for them to just completely give up. Well, what's going to happen is kind of like the pros, though. If they invest in players and then they still don't win, then they will fire them.
Right.
So, but I'm not saying coaching's overrated in college sports. It most assuredly is not. I mean, look at the basketball coaches that are absolute legends that are tearing it up this year. My guy Patino, Tom Izzo, who we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Football, Nick Saban could have kept on winning if he wanted to. He just wouldn't have won all. Probably 10-2. That kind of thing. So we'll see sort of how everything goes there. Cam asked in the Nana Sports chat box, has anybody seen an updated weight? Oh, Josiah Thompson. He's still 6'7", 300. The heights and weights on the official roster have been updated per Coach Fink, as Bradford likes to call him, Steve Fink, the SID. So 6'7", 300. I don't know that he needs, that tackle. He needs to keep moving his feet and stuff.
Right.
He needs to be strong. All right. So all that out of the way, King of the Hill, all that good stuff.
I love that.
That's awesome. I couldn't believe it. I was like, that's pretty good. I'll say this. I think, because here's the question for the chat box and for you, Phil, as we play a game.
All right.
I'm gonna download that. Let's play it. Would you like to play a game?
Would you like to play a game? Yeah.
Yes.
That shouldn't be hard to clip. Actually,
I'll find that from somewhere.
Yeah, that should.
So who is the player working out at Pro Day that could help himself the most? And I mentioned some during the crosstalk that maybe better 40 time for some guys. I'm going to go with Boogie Huntley because Boogie did not get invited to the combine. But Boogie's a good player. He's at a premium position, which is D tackle. Boogie's a great athlete. So I could see his testing numbers popping and being a guy that could sneak into the draft. What say you, Phil? Who is your pick?
I kind of like Vershawn Lee step up and make make a little noise. Like, I think to me, it feels like he's got, undrafted free agent, right? Because we know he's got what it takes upstairs. But he just, I think the bit more controlled setting of pro day in your own facility could allow him to kind of show off his metrics a bit better than he would have just gotten lost at the combine. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think what's attractive about him too, Phil, is he is a guy that played multiple positions in college.
Mm-hmm.
I'm used to saying in high school because of recruits in high school.
Right. Yeah.
But in college, and he played them well. And in the pros, it's all about getting flexibility up front.
Mm-hmm.
And people always gripe for some reason about the college O-line's cross training, which has never once meant anything as far as the O-line being bad. And last year, quite frankly, I think they would have been better had they thought to cross train to fix some weak links.
Right.
However, they didn't last year for whatever reason. So I think that I think that Vershawn is a guy you can come in, you bring him in, he could be your backup center, but he also back up at guard and also in a pinch can play tackle.
Yeah.
Those position versatility guys are valuable in the pros because you're only dealing with 53 roster spots, 6 on the 47 active guys.
Mm-hmm.
So you need some of that flexibility, especially in a position where you play 5 at a time.
And I'm pretty sure he's got 3-4 years special teams experience too. And that only goes to, help that lower rung of NFL talent to kind of hang around on a roster, as Pat DeMarco points out to us very wisely and often, is that, hey, listen, you can have yourself a nice career in the NFL being a special teams guy.
He can snap.
Yeah,
So we'll see. Queen of the Cocks chimes in. Queen of the Cock's been on vacation back in Missouri, back in the high life again, as Steve Linwood said. Says Debo Williams. Kreger says Debo as well. The Queen of the Cock says his size alarms teams. There's more to that too. How do I put this? There's some linebacker things he does not do well, or well enough to be considered, in my opinion. There's football reasons other than his size where I don't think. Now, Phil mentioned special teams. That guy would be a special teams demon in the NFL, and can go learn the line. And in certain schemes, I think he could flourish. I think I'll back up on that a little bit, Queen. I think size is probably primarily the deal, but Phil, there's some other things. Go ahead.
Yeah, scheme wise, I think is one thing. Yeah, his coverage is probably one. Like but there again, if he's a special teams guy and you got some straight downhill packages where you need a guy to just go in there and bang around, then hey, Boogie could definitely be in your 2 deep for linebackers who aren't afraid to just run in there and go get somebody.
Yeah,
but. It's that side to side that is often leaned on in the NFL is probably where that's the shortcoming in his game. Right?
That's playing linebacker, though.
Yeah, right. And you got to do that.
You're a liability if you can't.
That's right.
But I like Debo. Debo kind of reminds me of this linebacker that played at Clemson back 20 years ago. Leroy Hill kind of reminds me of Leroy Hill a bit. I liked Leroy Hill, by the way. Cam Johnson chimes in and says Boogie was his choice, so he's going to go with Delvon Campbell. Delvon, I don't know about getting drafted, but putting himself in a position to make a roster, I think.
I think so too.
I think that's it. Queen adds, great choice by Cam. I think his physicals are great. Didn't get the opportunity to showcase his potential. Yeah. I wish they had him back. He's one out. He and DeAndre Jules, man.
Oh, yeah.
Good Lord. Matt says they get interview time with teams at Pro Day too. They don't. I think it's actually against the rules for the pros. It seems like that on campus it is. Because I think I've gotten asked that before.
That would make sense because you could have a situation, and I don't know what the setup for tomorrow is, but that Lenora Sellers would actually be out there throwing balls to
I don't,
and they probably don't want that.
Yeah, I'm getting a sense of deja vu about that question. I think I actually researched it and they couldn't. The Queen says, "My bad. I thought the scouts got to talk to them one-on-one." It may be not at the event, but maybe if they want to meet in an office. I just don't. I think I've checked on that before though. Krager says Debo's just not always in the right gap. Krager hits it out of the park.
Yep, not
That's
always
important.
in the right spot.
Wayne says no, left my butt off, not Hank and Bobby. Oh, Wayne, I really appreciate that, Wayne. Thank you, Bobby. Propane and propane accessories. Cam says Josh Simon may be another one. Yeah, but Simon went to the combine. I don't know why some of these mock draft people are just they have. I mean, everybody was talking about him at the combine, how he ran and his production. I mean, I think he'll be drafted. I think he should be drafted.
I think he should too. I mean,
it's not.
And I couldn't see like Delvon Campbell putting on a good show tomorrow and being a late round flyer in this draft because this wide receiver class is not good. It's about as deep as the quarterback class is. This is not one of your premier wide out classes this season. First round, probably not. But hey, 6, 7, just get us a young guy in here that we think we can develop, then I could see Campbell going in that spot. But Simon should be better than that, though.
Some genius. Oh, no, it was Chris Lowe. All right, so Chris Lowe did a 64-team football playoff. Had, I guess, LSU, SMU, Florida, South Carolina as the 4 seeds. Had the Gamecocks playing North Carolina in the first round.
Yeah. And by the way, JC, according to Google AI, they can interact with the players.
Oh,
yeah. So, hey, that's even better. Like, because our players get better once you start talking to them. When you realize that there's something between the ears.
Maybe they do. I'm sorry. I stand corrected.
Yeah. I don't know if that's new but yeah, according to Google AI, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You got to watch that Google AI.
I know. That's why I'm clicking the link here, but the link looks legit because it's coming from a couple of NFL sources. So yeah.
Good. All right. That's good. So, all right, Phil, get us out of here, man. I'm tired of
Is it? Oh my goodness. Yeah. Look at that. All right. Yeah, this is the end.
Everyone, happy St. Patty's Day, though I know most of you, if you did celebrate over the weekend and won't be heading to the bar right now.
Yeah.
Unless you're just Irish to the core. I'm going to go to the bar, JC. It doesn't matter.
Going to the bar.
I'm going to drink me pint of Guinness, eat me corned beef and cabbage. Eat me potatoes. I was speaking, by the way, of that. There's the NCAA. I don't know who the hell they have interning for them. They put out the March Madness map, right? All the teams and the men's plays like a heat map. And you look at the dang thing, and Wofford has like 60% of the state of South Carolina and almost all of Western North Carolina. Clemson has their corner and a small part of Northeast Georgia, and that's it. And I'm like, well, who knew there was so much Wofford? I mean, it didn't say it was representing anything, but I was still like, you gave Wofford a lot of land there. Clemson didn't have very much.
There you go, Terriers.
Take it over on the NCAA's Instagram account. Krager says it could be the leprechaun. It could be a crackhead who got a hold of the wrong stuff. And it's in a leprechaun. I want the gold.
I want the gold.
All right.
Give me the gold.
Enter the Ernie.com chat bracket challenge. Register. Remember to put South Carolina Gamecocks there. First prize, $5,000. We got the Cuck.com thing going on with the morning show. We got our ITG bracket that I've already filled out. The link is in the chat box. Thanks to Kreger for getting that going for us. We'll be back tomorrow. We're going to have Joe Machika on at some point this week to talk about the women's tournament. Probably just an hour on Friday. I haven't told Phil that yet, but may just may bounce out a little early for my annual March Madness.
Oh yeah, that's all right, man. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. I've got travel at the end of the week anyway on my end, so yeah.
Nobody wants to listen to us while the games are going.
I know. Yeah, it's and they tip at noon or 1?
Yeah. To noon, yeah.
Noon, yeah. So yeah, we're right up against it for 2 days.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll power through on Thursday. But anyway, Bill, get us out of here.
Sounds good. Tomorrow, of course, is Tuesday. Mike more than likely going to be back on the morning show. I believe also. I don't know what I believe because my mind just blanks every time I talk about what's going on in the morning show. Oh, Alex Jones should be in tomorrow. So yeah, there we are. Yeah, Tuesday. That's what we got. We got Gamecocks Smorgasbord with old Pride of Hampton County tomorrow.
Smorgasbord. Yes, he'll talk about everything.
Looking good, but JC covered it. Go to Ernie.com and Cut.com to get your bets and wagers in on this bracketology. And of course, Chief Sports app. Just pull up the app. And it's right there. I don't even think you have to scroll if your phone is, in the past 10 years. Both of them right there. Easy way to sign up. Easy way to help the show on both ends. And JC and I will see you tomorrow back at noon. Y'all have a great evening and go Cox.